A quorum of the City Council being present, we will call this meeting, a special meeting of the City Council, to order. Let us all rise to salute the flag and then pause for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and welcome to the special meeting of the City Council. I want to make sure everyone knows that this meeting is being audio taped and videotaped. I will read the call of the meeting, and it is as follows. You are hereby notified, all that are within my reach, that there will be a special meeting of the City Council for Wednesday, September 21st, 2016 at 5:30 in the Sullivan Chamber. The purpose of this meeting is to publicly interview finalists for the position of City Manager. Additionally, the City Council may meet in executive session to conduct strategy sessions and preparations for negotiations with the prospective City Manager or to conduct contract negotiations with the prospective City Manager. This meeting shall be subject to the rules of the City Council as amended. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll of members being present?
Mayor Simmons.
Present.
Councilor Calhoun.
Present.
Councilor Chung. Councilor Devereaux.
Present.
Councilor Kelly. Councilor Ma.
Present.
Councilor Mazin. Vice Mayor McGovern. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to begin our meeting, and Councilor Toomey is present, thank you. I'd like to begin our meeting with some just brief opening remarks from the firm that was retained to guide us through this process. I will let Councilor Ma, who chaired the committee on the City Manager, which was Government Operations, just to introduce them and then invite them to the table. Councilor Ma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's a pleasure to introduce Joellen and Heidi from GovHR, who have been helping us and assisting us for quite some time now in this search. And these consultants have worked with the city to on the focus group initiative that was done, where we had well over 30 focus groups that met in an effort to kind of really solicit information on what people were looking for in the next city manager. As part of that process and in the selection of GovHR, Councilor Calhoun, Councilor Devereaux, Councilor Kelly, and Vice Mayor McGovern were on the committee that selected GovHR. And I think that they've done an outstanding job, and I will invite you to come on over to this table. In addition to the focus group initiative, we have reached out to people in a number of different ways. First of all, the development of the leadership profile that helped in the recruitment effort. The folks from GovHR have also been spent much of July and August in recruiting candidates. We also, we put together a screening committee, which the council had approved the makeup of the committee, which was 19 people on the screening committee, including Councilor Mazin, Councilor Toomey, Councilor Chung, and myself as members of the City Council, and then 15 other folks representing a variety of different stakeholder groups in the city, including residents. Well, actually, residents were many because they came from many different categories. But we had folks from the nonprofit field. We had folks from public safety, from public health, and just a number of other folks that were on that committee. And that group looked at, with the help of GovHR, which had really done a lot of research on candidates, they were basically presented with 55 people that had applied for the position of city manager. GovHR had narrowed that group of 55 down to about 15 candidates that were presented. We heard in-depth background on those 15 people, and the charge of the group of 19 on the preliminary screening committee was to narrow the group of 15 to 3. And I am very proud to say that tonight you have the unanimous recommendation of the 19-member group with the 3 finalists that were presented about a little bit more than a week ago to the community. Last night we had a forum that was held at Cambridge Ringe and Latin at the auditorium, where over 150 people were in attendance to hear from these 3 candidates. And again, tonight in a public forum, we are back here for the City Council to conduct interviews. At the end of tonight's formal interviews, there will be an opportunity for the public to offer public input if they would like to do that, and there will also be public input cards that are available, and GovHR has been collecting these in the variety of formats that have been available, and will be giving those to the City Council early next week. The Council will meet on Thursday, the 29th, and is expected to vote for a new city manager. So I think that all of these different venues that we've had set up are all in an effort for us to better get to know the candidates and for us to be able to make an informed decision and the best decision that we can make next Thursday.
Thank you, Counselor. To our consultants, would you like to add more to what Councilor Meyer has said? This is your turn, your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Heidi and I have very much appreciated the city's faith in our work, and we want to let you know that throughout this process, we feel that everyone was very engaged. We got a tremendous amount of input from all members of the City Council, stakeholders, over a eight-day period of time where people were invited to come. And I think that resulted in an excellent profile for the city. You attracted excellent candidates, and I think the process went very well with the committee, and everybody had an opportunity to ask their questions, and I think Heidi and I had a good opportunity to present the candidates as well so that the committee could get to where they are today. The one thing I do want to really highlight throughout this whole process is that the staff has been excellent in helping us. This process has been I wouldn't say it was necessarily complicated, but it was very complex, and it was comprehensive. And the people that you have here that helped with the itineraries and getting everything in order has really, really been wonderful, and we could not have done it without them. So I did mention that to you as well.
Thank you very much. So as all of you know, we have 3 candidates that we'll be interviewing this evening. We'll start with the 3 candidates, after which there will be public comment. Public comment will follow the same protocol as we do in a regular city council meeting. You'll be asked to speak for a period of 3 minutes. Please direct all your remarks to the chair and not to any individual candidate. I think we're about 15 minutes behind, so everything's going to be 15 minutes later than it was because it's 5:45 now. Our candidates are going to be as follows: Jay Ash, followed by Paul Featherstone, followed by Louis DePasquale. So I believe our firm is going to escort the candidate in, and they will be allowed to make a brief comment. Each counselor has submitted their questions in writing, and I believe the consultants have those questions.
Yes, we do.
And Madam Mayor, I would just add that the order of appearance, both last night and tonight, were done by random draw.
Thank you.
Hello, hi.
Good evening. Please give your name and your address for the record, and I think the consultant might want to make a few opening remarks, or you may start with your opening remarks.
Yeah, I'll advise the candidate as to how the process will be, and
Very
then he
good.
can start.
Great, I'm Jay Ash.
Is your mic on? It's the green button.
Okay, we'll try again. My name is Jay Ash, and I currently reside at 498 Locust Street in Danvers.
Okay, Mr. Ash, welcome. Heidi and I are going to ask questions again, just similar to what we did last night. I will ask the first group of questions, and then Heidi will ask the remaining questions. The format is that you're going to start out with a little bit about yourself, and then why you would like to be the next city manager in Cambridge, for just briefly, for maybe 5 minutes or so. Then we have one question that has been submitted by each city councilor. Again, Heidi and I will ask all of those and tell you which city councilor submitted that question. We're just going to go in alphabetical order. And then you'll have an opportunity to answer that question, and then the councilors may have some follow-up. At the end, if we have time, we'll have an opportunity for you to ask questions of the council.
Great, and you want to get over at what time?
You have an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, but we would like you to have the opportunity to ask questions as well.
Okay, great.
Okay, so if you could just start out, again, a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be Cambridge's next city manager.
Great. So first of all, let me thank you all for having me here. It's a great honor to be part of this process, and I've really enjoyed the day and a half that we've all been together. I've seen a number of you regularly at various stops along the way. So thank you for having me part of this. The opportunity to get to know all of you a little bit better, the opportunity to get to know the community a little bit better has been an exciting one that I've had, and I very much appreciate that. I've also had an opportunity to meet the other candidates, and you have a tough decision amongst at least two people, maybe the third if you'll decide that, but it's been a pleasure to meet the two other candidates, and really believe that they're quality individuals as well. I currently am the Secretary of Housing and Economic Development for the state of Massachusetts. I previously served for 14 years as city manager in Chelsea. Previous to that, I was the planning director for Chelsea, and previous to that, I was a legislative aide at the State House. During my most recent stint as Secretary of Housing and Economic Development, I have responsibility for those two areas, as well as consumer affairs, insurance, and banking. I spend an awful lot of time traveling around the state, meeting with community leaders to talk about their hopes and dreams about the community, about their communities. And it's a thing that I most value in my job, the chance to be back into a city or visit a town, and to talk to local people about what they would like to accomplish in their community. It makes me want to think more about how I interact with municipalities, and the opportunity here in Cambridge to serve with you and in service to the people of Cambridge really excites me. The opportunity to become part of the community, to work with community leaders like yourselves and other stakeholders in the community around solving local issues, making people feel better about their government and better about their community, and hopefully help them advance their own status in life is something that excites me. I'm here in Cambridge because I get the sense from all of you, and this has been affirmed in my discussions with you over the last 2 days, that you get up every morning like I do and think about how you can make life better for people. It's exciting to be in a place that thinks like that, a place that's progressive in its attitudes towards so many issues. And so the opportunity to be part of what you already have here is something special, and contribute to that and make it even more special is something that I do look forward to experiencing. So thanks so much for being open to listening to me, to introducing me to so many wonderful people here in the community. And I look forward to the opportunity, should it present itself, to get to meet with all of you and others again and again and again over the next several years.
If I may, two things. I want to acknowledge Kathleen Kelly that's here with us this evening from the school committee, and to Mr. Ash, you have to speak right into your mic because you're not being picked up well on the audio. So you have to talk into it, not over it or below it, but like talk right into it so you can be
Okay,
heard.
thank you. That better?
I also want to acknowledge Richard Harding, who's also here from our school committee, and thank them for joining us. The floor is back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. What we thought we would do is ask your question first and then go through alphabetical order. So Heidi is going to ask your question.
Okay, the first question is from Mayor Simmons. Please discuss how you will work to increase and promote diversity throughout the city's workforce at all levels and to increase tolerance, acceptance, and respect between all city employees.
Thanks. I do believe that diversity is an important part of what a entity should be about, and so I'm excited to be able to work with all of you to meet and exceed your goals around diversity. I grew up in a community that has long been one of the most diverse communities in the state. As such, I do believe and value the role that diversity plays in communities. Diversity can be a great strength for a community, and being able to promote diversity is important. I think it's important for city halls to reflect their communities, and for all of us who have the opportunity to impact that, to agree that that should be a top priority. As I stated in my opening, I'm a former city manager. So for 14 years, I was a city manager at Chelsea, and during that time, I worked both inside of City Hall and outside of City Hall to promote diversity in our community. During that time, we looked critically at what our employment levels were at City Hall and found that, in fact, City Hall was not reflective of the diversity in our community. We asked ourselves a series of questions, and that's kind of the process that I typically go through when facing an issue. We asked ourselves a series of questions about what it was that we could do to enhance diversity, make the City Hall, the Chelsea City Hall experience a more attractive one for potential employees. What we found was that we didn't have a pipeline that allowed for diverse candidates to make its way all the way through that pipeline. And so as a result, we created a philosophy that saw us hiring 50% of our new hires at the mid-management level and below as diverse candidates, candidates of color. The theory there was that if we can get people in at the entry level and above, that when openings happened above that, we would have a pipeline to be able to draw people through. The good news about Chelsea City Hall is that there wasn't a lot of changeover at the top. We had a very stable department head team. So as a result, there weren't as many opportunities as I would have liked, but in establishing that policy, it helped us to create that pipeline that can be tapped into today. I did have the opportunity to appoint the first Latino superior police officer, an opportunity that I greatly valued. Leaving Chelsea City Hall and looking at what I currently do, which is State Secretary for Housing and Economic Development, my secretariat is actually more diverse now than it was under the previous administration. So I prioritized interviewing and hiring candidates that reflected the diverse nature of the entire Commonwealth. To me, diversity is not only about color, it's about gender as well. So I wanted to make sure that we had explored the opportunity to hire people who reflected the entire Commonwealth, as I said, and we've been very successful at that. Here, I would expect to continue to work with you. I'm impressed with what you've done around your diversity efforts, and would like to contribute more to that.
The next question is from Councilor Carlone, and there's a little bit of a background, and then there's the question.
Okay.
Cambridge has dramatically changed since the 1970s, when the city was struggling economically. Vast areas were vacant, and few, if any, developers considered it a safe bet for construction. Since then, the city's growth and economic transformation are unprecedented, resulting in large city surpluses and one of the lowest real estate taxes in the state. However, over the same period, residential property values have increased 20 times, and small businesses and local retail rents are dramatically increasing. The result is that many Cambridgians, thank you. Residents of the community are forced to leave Cambridge, and the city is losing its unique personality and culture. Citing your personal experience and the city's very strong economic base, what efforts would you lead for greater housing, local retail, and small business assistance beyond present city efforts?
So I first would like to say that on this question about what would I do and other questions, it's important to understand the process that I go through to get to a place where I offer up initiatives. The process includes engaging leaders in the community like yourself, talking to the local business community about the challenges that they face, talking to people who are knowledgeable about what has happened locally, about things that have been tried and have worked and things that have been tried and failed. So there's a process of evolution that gets to an initiative. I think it's very important to listen to the people that you're trying to affect to make sure that whatever you're trying to do actually hits where they need you to be. And sometimes we can be guilty of presuming that we know that which another entity needs without engaging in a discussion with them enough to really understand and either confirm or cause us to change what we believe. Having said that, I do believe, as the question has suggested, that the small businesses that have been here for decades or generations are really the backbone of this community, just as I can say as the Secretary of Economic Development, they're the backbone of the Commonwealth. And as such, both as a former city manager, now as a Secretary of Housing and Economic Development, I've spent a great deal of time nurturing a relationship with small businesses to help small businesses to be able to meet the challenges they face. Those challenges include rent levels, but as important, if not more important, the changing nature of their businesses. Innovation is a key to the success of any business, and small businesses oftentimes have a more difficult time keeping up with and accessing innovation. In addition, the markets are changing, and so you think about retail on Main Street as an example. There was a day and a time where anytime you wanted to buy something, you needed to go to a downtown, and now we can sit almost anywhere around the world and order whatever we want and get it the next day. So there is that changing nature of business that's important. I believe that what we can do is continue to help businesses promote their businesses. We can help businesses connect with others who can provide either supplies, better supplies at a less expensive cost to them, or can be a vendor to the business and receive the goods that a business has to offer. I believe directly as city government that we can keep taxes low and water rates low. We can develop policies to help along energy efficiency that comes at a not only the goal of saving our planet, but also making sure that they are able to access energy at lower costs. I believe we can work with them, and I hear this from businesses regularly, on workforce issues, making sure that they have access to employees. Actually, as secretary, I've been surprised over the time that I've been secretary at the number of businesses that would expand if they could only find employees to help work with them. So identifying a workforce and training that workforce meets multiple goals, but it certainly would be important to small business. My own experience, I've spent a lot of time trying to accomplish all that with businesses. As city manager in Chelsea, I set up a variety of programs that encouraged residents to visit new and old businesses. I was always there to help in promotions with businesses and the like. As the secretary now for the state, I've extended that throughout the Commonwealth. I believe it's important that we all get out and talk to small businesses, just as it is that we all get out and talk to residents and make sure that they understand that we're there for them as well, and that we learn as much as we can about how we can help them, and then actually follow through on that pledge. And that's something that I've been doing for the last 20 years, and look forward to continuing to do it. Thank you.
The next question is from Councilor Chung. Resident surveys and municipal awards both underscore the point that Cambridge is an extremely well-run city, offering its residents an unparalleled level of service. Despite the great work of staff at all levels, there is a growing feeling that the city is ill-equipped to deal with the mounting pressures and expectations in affordable housing, urban planning, tech innovation, transportation, and early education. Appropriately dealing with our modern challenges may necessitate changes in organizational structure, culture, and/or workforce. How would you assess and address changes that may not spare employees hard feelings, but may spare residents hard choices?
Assessment is an important part of the way that I would go about the process if I was the next city manager. Assess the issues that you've brought up and other issues, assessing what we do, what we have done at City Hall, and what we can do differently for better improvement. Assess how we all work together, meaning the council and city manager, and how city government works with other stakeholders in the community. In terms of the issues that you have raised, it's important that we all establish goals, and then we work towards those goals. To the extent that the organization supports those goals, that's great. But a strong leader is one who recognizes that not only are goals important, but having the means to achieve those goals are equally as important. I've had experience in doing such assessments and creating new methods to achieve what goals are for the community. Sometimes that has meant telling employees, that staff members, that partners in government that we need to do things differently than we had before. Sometimes that's necessitated spending more money on something, and sometimes it's necessitated pulling back from some things that we may have been doing. You're right to ask that question, because no organization should be satisfied that it is perfectly adept at achieving any goal that it may have. And the best of organizations are constantly looking within to see what it can do differently, what it can do better, and really prioritize the ends, which is better delivery of service to residents, or better quality of life to residents, better results for residents, and not so much about the inners, the inside game of trying to protect somebody's fiefdom, or try to be too nice at the expense of not achieving goals. A strategy or a feeling that I have about being manager is that you have adult conversations with people. I would have that with staff, and it's meant to be able to be critical of the way somebody does something without being critical of them themselves. And so a part of the assessment around the issues that you brought up and others would be to identify with staff people how we have proceeded in the past to try to achieve goals, and look at ways that changes could be made. And yes, if that requires staffing changes, I would be willing and have made that in the past. It's not my preference to need to change staffing out. Instead, I believe that you establish goals and you help people to be trained up or buy into the goals, and then assist them in reaching those goals. But on the rare occasions where that hasn't worked, I have had to take action, including changing out staff in order to achieve goals.
Do colleagues, I was going to ask Councilor Chung, but before we go to Councilor Chung, did Councilor Carlone have a follow-up from your earlier question? Very good. Councilor Chung, you have the floor. He doesn't.
Sorry. So I'm going to ask a similar follow-up question to everybody, because I was told to be fair, but I think that the city does so much right that the things that go wrong, the city administration is often in the position of having to defend its employees and its workforce, because they know that on the whole they do great work. My follow-up question is, you talked about the strategy, but how tactically and operationally, if the assessment were to come back and say, even despite having great people in this department, we need a reorganization, we need to change people's work, we may even need to let people go. How would you approach that and deal with that, both in terms of, I think, not just strategically, but operationally within the city and the very real people, great people, that we have here?
Yeah, thanks. The style of management I have is to rely upon good people, empower those good people to do great things, and then support their efforts to do that. So in the case that you brought up where you have an assessor who is recommending that changes are necessary in order to achieve a goal, my process is to spend time understanding with that department head, in this case the assessor, how he or she arrived at that decision.
Just not, I was saying the assessment, not, the assessor is fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not suggesting firing anybody in particular.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood
I'm just
you.
saying if an independent assessment or your own assessment comes back saying that we need to reorganize some department or some style of work or something, or people, how would you deal with
Sure.
implementing that assessment?
So let's then say a department head, if it starts with a department head, this would be the process I would go through. Process would be engaging with the department head as to how he or she arrived at the decision. I would ask the department head about past practices that have existed in the community, in city government. I would ask the department head about any union issues that may exist that they've examined and understood. I would ask the department head to point out if there are best practices that exist from other communities that they've looked at and examined. I'd ask about those and want to examine those with them. I'd ask if they had consulted their own staff about these changes and whether their own staff had bought into the changes or opposed the changes. Not that either should be the determining factor as to whether a decision to reorganize or change the way things are done should be the primary cause of that, but to understand what kind of input that person has gotten. Depending upon the nature of the changes, my next step in the process would be, having done my own internal review, is to discuss those matters with city leaders, and that is the 9 people that are here now. I think it's important, especially if we're making substantive changes to the way that we do things, that you all are informed and consulted on how that may happen. I recognize that the administration of government rests in the city manager, but I look at you as partners in managing city government and would want to understand what your opinions would be on that. Some of you have opinions about departments that should be looked at or not, and I would value that input. The last part of the piece of me thinking about this would be to look at stakeholders who may be affected. You know, for example, if we were going to do something around community development, and that meant that it was going to be a shorter period of time or a longer period of time for somebody to get zoning permits done, for example, I'd want to understand what that impact is and talk to people more about that. If you're going to go ahead and make changes, it's a great time to ask if there are other changes that people had contemplated. Instead of making a series of changes over a series of years, perhaps you want to consider making one large change. So I would look at that as well. So those are kind of some of the things that I would do with a department head that have recommended that. There are other times that ideas about changes come into play, and that could come from you all, could come from community leaders outside this building. And I believe that you take serious the recommendations, the suggestions that others have, and I would go through a similar evaluation process, although I may be more likely to keep that responsibility of going through the evaluation process to myself as opposed to engaging the community initially on something like that. I anticipate, if I was fortunate enough to become your next city manager, doing my own assessment of each of the departments and what they do and how they do it. And given the experience that I've had as a city manager in the past, given that I've worked with departments in not only in my previous life in Chelsea, but in other communities around the state, I too am looking forward to looking for opportunities to streamline this or improve the delivery of that. And I will go through my own assessment. I've called it a quick and thorough assessment. What I would do is very quickly do as thorough an assessment as possible as I could across the broad range of government, and then take those areas where I have follow-up work to do for a longer assessment. I believe that that's the best way for me to be educated about all of the departments. It's a good way for me to be introduced to all the departments. It's a good way for departments to get to know me and get to know my style, and ultimately it's a good way for the departments and me to be able to collaborate on discussions about how we improve an already great service that's being offered here in Cambridge.
A quick follow-up on Councilor Chung's question. Did you have a system of supervision and evaluations of departments and department heads in your previous life as the Chelsea City Manager, and would you exercise that kind of system here if you were to come here?
Yes, we did. I was responsible for evaluating the department heads that directly reported to me. So that would have been my senior staff. It's been 2 years now. I would say there's probably 11 of them that I directly evaluated. I thought the evaluation process was important. It's important for feedback. I'm a believer that you do people a disservice if you don't tell them honestly what you believe and help them get better at things that you want them to get better at. An example would be just recently in my current position, secretary, I had deputy secretary, 2 undersecretaries, and a bunch of assistant secretaries sitting before me, talking to me about initiatives that we may be looking at for 2017. And after going through it all, I revealed to them that I didn't think that it was a productive use of our time, and that I didn't believe that the proposals that we were talking about was up to the standard that we would want to offer to the governor, the legislature, and ultimately the people of the Commonwealth. So I do believe in having an honest discussion. That honest discussion then resulted in me having individual conversations with people that were around the table to make sure that their feelings weren't hurt, and to make sure that they understood the spirit of what I was talking about. And I emphasized to them, as I would emphasize to new people that I'd be working with, that you can't trust that I'm going to be honest with you about your performance if I can't call you out on occasion about the performance. But the way I call you out is important. And if I call you out in a respectful manner and call you out about the substance of the work as opposed to you personally, that they should not be offended from that, and in fact recognize that as a way that I'm trying to help them become better professionals.
And you did that citywide or just with your
I did that just with my senior staff, and then the senior staff was responsible for evaluating their own department and division heads.
So everyone got evaluated in that system?
Not everyone. That was for non-union employees. Our union, yeah, correct. Our union contracts did not allow for evaluations.
The next question is from Councilor Devereaux. Cambridge is a city where the majority of residents and small businesses are renters. With rising income inequality and steadily increasing property values, displacement in both sectors threatens the community's valued socioeconomic diversity. What, in your experience, can you cite that would give those feeling the squeeze the confidence that you would equitably balance the often competing interests of property owners and tenants? What specific models from outside the Cambridge and Boston area, either nationally or internationally, would you seek to draw on?
So again, as I stated, in terms of the approach that I use to address issues, I look for best practices from around the country, more the country than the world. I find that internationally there is so much variation that I haven't found that my search for best practices on the international level has been as meaningful. So spend a lot of time looking around at best practices around the country. You know, I retain those in a folder, but I don't retain those in my mind, so I can't call upon, you know, work that I've looked at in other communities. I've visited other communities to talk to them. For instance, I've been in, my last visit was as city manager was to Baltimore, where we talked about youth violence issues and did some learning back and forth amongst things. I can't agree enough with the spirit of what you're talking about, the need to make sure that Cambridge which is affordable for people at all levels of the spectrum. You all have presented in your brochure to prospective candidates that affordability is the number one issue that has come up in a community survey, and I too believe that affordability is a major issue here that should be addressed. Dealing with affordability, let's talk about affordable housing. I wish I could say that there was a magic bullet, but there isn't. What there is a spirit of the heart that you want to have an impact on that issue. It's important that we all set goals and we understand what our top goals are, and if our top goal is to address affordability, it will affect how we pursue other goals. And by that I mean that you have limited resources in terms of time, in terms of people, in terms of space, in terms of budget to dedicate to attacking your goals. So it's important to identify what your top goal is and have some impact on it. I have a substantial amount of experience in affordable housing. I'm a product of affordable housing myself, having grown up in subsidized housing and on welfare while I lived in Chelsea. And through the years, I've had a strong connection to affordable housing, including now being in charge of affordable housing for the state. Most recently, and we're talking about in the last week, a long-held goal of mine was realized when the Baker administration announced that we were working with local housing authorities on creating mixed-income units, mixed-income communities in what had traditionally been low-income housing projects. A way of bringing necessary capital to update properties that are 50, 60, 70 years old, a way of bringing social capital to that development by making sure that people on lower income scales get to interact with people who are more affluent and hear about jobs, see a path to a better life, be able to increase their own prosperity. The projects that we've identified are in Chelsea, where I had talked to the previous administration 5 years ago about doing something like this, and in Somerville, but we're also looking to increase that elsewhere. That's one specific example of many where you can look at older, already fully built out communities and find opportunities to provide for more affordability. As we develop out what our affordable housing agenda will be, I'll have dozens of ideas, and literally at least 2 dozen. I've started scrawling them out now. Again, it's important for you all to understand the way that I operate, that I do not believe that I should come to the table with that dozen, but instead be familiar with how I would proceed, but more importantly, engage people in a discussion about how they have experienced the work that's already been done, and congratulations on the work that you have done around affordability and how we can augment that while looking for other opportunities. In terms of business development, I think an important part of helping businesses to continue to operate in communities is to make sure that their taxes are as low as possible and as stable as possible. It's been my experience in talking to small business owners that the shocks that come with even the smallest of expenditures can throw them for a loop. So the work that you've done to create the one of the lowest, if not the lowest, commercial tax rate amongst communities with a split tax rate is important, and the work that you've done around utilities, and I include water and sewer in that, is important as well. My experience with business, again, is that taxes is an important part of what they look at, but it's not the number one thing. The number one thing that they look at is their workforce, and the number two thing they look at is where their markets are. I have a great deal of experience, and arguably that's why I'm the Secretary of Economic Development now, at helping businesses understand what their markets are and what their markets could be, and helping especially small businesses to expand to new markets. When a big user comes to town, a big business, a big institution, I have been at the forefront of making sure that those businesses reach out to their smaller business brethren in their community to try to create a supply chain. I've done that over and over again, and have found that creating those connections really then allow for long-lasting relationships. So those are some of the ideas of things that I've done. The priority is around affordability. First about residential affordability, but certainly a close second is making sure that Cambridge can continue to maintain its character by supporting businesses that have been here a long time and keeping things as affordable as possible.
Thank you. Follow-up question?
The next question is from Councilor Kelly.
Go ahead, I'm listening, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Next question is from Councilor Kelly. I forward you a number of emails expressing concerns from several constituents that their attempts to contact and get services from a certain city staff department have been frustratingly unproductive. What do you do short, mid, and long term?
Sure. So first of all, any comment, any communication that I get from the city council, but this also includes members of the public, gets my direct attention. So the most recent example is this past Friday night. I had friends in from out of state. We were out to dinner Friday after hours. A state rep texted me about a family that was homeless and was in need of assistance. And I did not say, I'll be back here on Monday. I instead got the staff that's responsible for homelessness on the line, and we fashioned a plan to communicate with the family and with the state rep, making sure that the state rep was able to respond back to that family right away, and making sure that that family knew that somebody was looking out for them. So every time that we can provide a constituent service, that's a great way of connecting with the people of the community and assuring the people of the community that we care about them. And so that will continue to be a top priority. I'm available morning, noon, and night. I carry 2 cell phones with me now. I'm constantly checking for those types of communications and try to respond as best I can. In terms of another part of the question, which is that the issue was communicated to a department leader, a department staff person, and action wasn't taken. The first and most important thing is to figure out if we can get the action done, and so that's my first and most important goal. The second goal then is to figure out what happened along the way that caused the department not to be able to react. I do believe that responses are deserved from people who make connections, and so I need to know a response, and to the extent that we all agree that this is the way that we manage city government, you need to know what responses we are performing as well. It's important that I state here that it's been my experience in being in the business of constituent services for over 30 years now, that there are always multiple sides to a story. I don't say two. Oftentimes there are more than two. And so oftentimes dissatisfaction about services, about communication, so making sure the communication is great. But most importantly is setting a tone and a tenor that everybody else follows. I will never do or ask anyone in city government to do something that I wouldn't do myself. The fact that I am willing, as secretary now, to pick up the phone on a Friday night while entertaining friends and get involved in somebody's business means that I expect others to do that as well. And to the extent that that isn't adhered to, we would have discussions that would lead to possible retraining or a clarification of what people's roles are. I believe that you give people opportunities to correct their poor performance or inadequate performance, and only when those opportunities have not led to the desired improvement do you begin to consider the discipline necessary in order to ultimately get somebody to hear you loud and clear, or perhaps to terminate your relationship with them and move on. So my standard to my department heads would be that we are in the constituent business. We are here in city government to make life better for those that we are fortunate enough to serve, and that we should use every opportunity we can to communicate and to address those issues we can. Now, I have to bring up that sometimes there are restrictions on the way that people are engaged in that service. Again, I bring up union contracts, for example, that may limit the ability of some people to take actions at different times. There are other issues other than union contracts that limit that, but it should be a rare time that somebody has to, that a city councilor communicating with me and my department heads would have to make multiple communications before they were satisfied that we were looking at the issue. I can't guarantee that we're always going to solve an issue, but I can guarantee that we're going to make every effort to look at an issue.
Follow-up question, Councilor Kelly? Thank you. Follow-up question from the council? Hearing none, back to the next question.
The next question is from Councilor Maher. Some people feel in our community are somewhat surprised that we don't have a more coordinated corporate philanthropic initiative with many of the large businesses and institutions in our community, especially regarding efforts as they relate to supporting our public schools and job training initiatives for low-income residents. Can you share any ideas or insight into how you might tackle this issue?
Sure. When I talk about stakeholders in the community, it's a two-way street. So we have a responsibility to the business community to make sure that the business community is successful. I constantly am going out of my way to help ensure that the business community is successful. But there should be an expectation on the other way as well, that the business community understands and works towards the goals that the community has established. I've done that time and again on new developments and new businesses that have come into the community, where we have set out broad goals to help improve the quality of life that residents have, help improve access to jobs that residents have, help improve education and after-school programming that residents have, help to improve infrastructure in a community. So I do believe there's a commitment that has to go both ways in order for a healthy relationship to take place. Business community needs to feel as though they have a voice in setting what those goals are. So if a community was to dictate to a business community that you need to do this, that, or the other thing, they may comply, but they may not give as much as they could of themselves or their services in order to help advance the cause. So I believe in engaging stakeholders at a variety of levels and finding the room to include some of their goals, some of their desires, and some of my goals and my desires. And I think that by doing that, whether you're talking about businesses contributing more to a social good in the community or residents to buy into the program that we're trying to sponsor here in city government about better quality of life in their neighborhoods, the best way to do that is to engage them in that discussion. I've done that countless times as city manager in the business community. Not so much now because I don't see that as much of my role directly. So I talk to the business community an awful lot about contributing to the general area of workforce development, but I don't talk to the business community right now about getting deep into a particular community. I see that as a community's needs, and I would look forward to accepting that challenge as one of the community leaders and working with the business community to do that.
Councilor Mara, do you have a follow-up question?
Just briefly, so when you look at, the form of government that you have worked in this form of government, at times I think this is, I believe this is a great form of government when you look at a professionally run city. But on the negative side, sometimes it gets down to who is the visionary, who's the leader. And I guess when you look at, for example, if you look at GE going to Boston, and you look at the commitment that GE is making to the city of Boston, and you look in Kendall Square, and you look at the wide-ranging number of world-class companies that are there, where does the role come in to talk to and the expectation around what is expected in this type of government?
So this is not meant to be a criticism, it's meant to be an observation, but the two examples that you just talked about, the city of Boston was at the table with GE, step in step with the state, working on providing the right combination of education and incentives to bring GE here to Massachusetts. Parenthetically, I would say that not a single state taxpayer dollar is going directly to GE, and we're investing in state assets that will appreciate over time, and so the taxpayers will enjoy the immediate return of the new taxes that GE brings with it in the long-term benefit of having appreciating property in a hot area. The observation I have is that, and again, not meaning to be critical, hypothetical, but that hasn't been the same case with business development activities in Cambridge. I've recently stepped away from my business development activities in Cambridge for obvious reasons. There was a potential conflict of interest, and I wanted to make sure that I was no longer conflicted. But during my short period of time as secretary, I've had interactions with a substantial number of companies in Cambridge, including helping to locate companies to Cambridge. I guess one that I would mention, but there's lots that I've done, is I was involved with bringing IBM Watson Health to Cambridge. The city hasn't been at the table in those discussions. And so, you know, when I talk about a two-way street, I found that the most effective way to promote a two-way street is for it to truly be two-way. Now, that's not the only way to be successful. I'm not going to suggest that that the Cambridge way hasn't been successful. In fact, you can argue in so many different ways that Cambridge has been successful in developing and retaining businesses here. But my way of operating is that you're in at the beginning with people, you're in during good times and trying to help them out, and you're especially in bad times trying to alleviate the bad times. And when you do that, you develop a relationship, and it's the relationship that ultimately causes people to stretch beyond what their goals would be. An example of that is in Chelsea. I've developed relationships with people who have developed hotels in the community, and each of those hotels that were developed without much browbeating by me, made substantial contributions to local organizations. They did that in part because they believed that city government was working for them as well, and that they wanted to be part of a growing and successful community. So it's possible to not be engaged early on, but to set expectations. But at some point, you need to engage people in an honest discussion about what's good for them and what's good for you. And I think it's just so much more effective if you can get people to want to be involved instead of forcing people to be involved. And that would be a goal of mine.
Madam Mayor?
Please go.
May I ask?
Councilor Devereux.
Thank you very much. Through you, back to Mr. Ash. I think Councilor Marr's question touched on institutions. So those institutions, we have two very large universities here. And I don't know that you've had direct experience as a city manager with a town-gown relationship, but maybe in your capacity as Secretary of Economic Development, you've had the opportunity to forge some new partnerships with the universities. Can you talk a little bit about the role, you know, whether the role of institutions, educational institutions like those is evolving in the 21st century? In the past, it's been a pretty church-state, you know, there are partnerships, but it's very much sort of, you know, it's a hard line. And is that becoming, do you see ways that could be changing with this new century? Sure.
Evolving is a good way to put it. My own personal experience is, yes, I've had some experience, not to the extent with the large institutions that you've talked about, but in Chelsea, I had experience working with the community college that has a satellite campus in Chelsea, and worked with them for over 20 years, and had experience working with Boston University, who managed our school system for 25 years in Chelsea. I believe that as you know, I'm going to tell you facts you already know, but you know, one of those institutions is your largest taxpayer. You know, a quarter of your residents are working there. 40% of your residents have a relationship with the institution one way or another. So they're an important part of what defines Cambridge and what can define Cambridge going forward. My approach in dealing with the institutions you talked about would be the same approach that I would have with others who are stakeholders in the community, and that's to work towards an agreement on what our responsibilities are to them and what their responsibilities are to us. I think it's fair to say that when you look at those institutions, that they've created a tremendous amount of opportunity in Cambridge, but they've also had an impact on the quality of life in Cambridge. As they continue to grow, we need to continue to discuss with them, taking advantage of the opportunities they present and mitigating any of the impacts that they do. I see the relationship that I would have with them very similar to the relationship that I've had with large businesses, that I've had to educate about what the community way of doing things is and what our expectations are, and work with those entities to get them to deliver for the community. Most times, the results of those interactions have been amicable. On occasion, I have had people either walk out of my office or be asked to leave my office. And in at least one of those occasions, a relationship developed as a result of that. You analyze every situation based upon the people that are in the room and the issues that are involved, and then you work towards that end. In my current role, I actually spend a great deal of time with your institutions, most notably Harvard and MIT. For those of you who haven't checked out my social media, you'll see that I am constantly raving about the impact that those institutions are having on the Massachusetts economy. We have struck partnership agreements with those institutions which will benefit Cambridge, but also benefit other communities around the Commonwealth. Governor Baker's strategy for economic development includes stretching out the benefits of economic development around the Commonwealth. I'm the chief purveyor of that strategy, and most recently with one of the institutions, in return for a rather large commitment from the state, we got a commitment from them to not only do great things here in Cambridge, but to do great things in several other large cities around the state. I believe that there is a way of doing that, and it starts with an open and honest dialogue and people respecting what each other's contributions and goals are, and then working from there.
Thank you. Councilor Mazin?
Thank you. I'll follow up in this way. I think to all three candidates, my hope is to understand in a city where it's not uncommon to find a global headquarters in a city of 107,000 people with a market cap of $70 billion and annual revenues of $6 billion.
Councilor Mars speaking. Councilor Mazin, you're.
Into my mic, is that better? Where it's not unusual to find biotech globally, global biotech headquartered here in a city of 107,000 people, market cap of $70 billion and a revenue of $7 billion, to count many of those, and then to count the software and the social media companies and the many other innovators headquartered globally or regionally here. I wonder what level of annual impact in our community we should be looking for. A ballpark, I don't care who gets the money, a foundation, a city, the schools directly. My question is, coming from where you come from, looking at the cities all across the state and understanding the country as you do, what millions should this city be enjoying every year in order to create the equity and to create the impact that we've been talking about in this question, just as a ballpark, plus or minus $5 million?
I'm not going to give you an answer to that. I'll give you an answer, but I won't give you a number because I could be off by miles and miles or millions and millions and millions. What I would tell you is that I am committed, I have been committed to working with businesses to make sure that businesses understand what their impacts are in the community and understand what our expectations are for businesses that contribute to the community. Each business is in a different place. Some businesses already have commitments, others don't. I will commit to working with them, but it would be really, maybe others can give you that estimate, but you're asking a hypothetical that is so enormous that it would be tough to be able to answer just off of a brief statement. Be happy to work with this council and others to think about what that may look like. But it starts with an assessment of what businesses are doing. It starts with an assessment as to what the best practices are around the state and around the country. It starts with what's legal and what isn't. Some of you have no doubt read Globe stories over the last couple of days that should give us all pause as to how we work with those that are receiving permits or other agreements with the municipality, how we interact with them. So certainly want to make sure that we do everything transparently above the board and in an honest and open way. I'm happy to engage in that discussion, but there is a process that I go through in order to get there, and I haven't begun that process.
Councilman Mazin, your question is next.
And I just wanted to say we have about 23 minutes and 3 questions. left. This is Counselor Mazzin's question. It has become the norm that department heads be allowed to editorialize in their reports, mixing the dispassionate informational analysis the council needs with additional framing or discussion that suggests and even dictates policy outcomes. While department heads in the manager's office may have valuable opinions, these could be separate communications from city officials, providing friendly advisement rather than mixing opinions into official reports presented as canon via the city manager's agenda. Will you agree to keep reports objective and open-ended? In what other ways will you encourage policy discussions in Sullivan Chamber and protect policy directives among staff?
So I would agree that council deserves to get all the information it needs in order to make decisions, but I would not agree that opinion should be censored out of those agreements. It would seem to me that in order to arrive at the best of places, you want to gather as much information as you can. You have department heads who are hired and serve at the pleasure of the city manager based upon their experience and qualifications, and I would hope that you would value their opinions. Now, having said that, I'll give a caveat. If a response was, "This is the stupidest idea I ever heard," there's no place for that. But if the response was based upon my 30 years of experience in being the chief law enforcement officer of a community, I do not believe it's prudent at this time to take that action. I believe that you should receive that and you deserve that because you'll want to know what your paid professionals are thinking. So certainly on the first part, I would editorialize only that which is beyond the pale of providing people with the information they need to make a decision. But I would not leave it just as a fact base. These are the facts without interjecting based upon my many years of experience here, there, or anywhere. This is what I would recommend.
Follow-up question? Thank you. Vice Mayor McGovern, your question's on.
Councilor McGovern's question, the relationship
Vice
between...
Mayor McGovern.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Vice Mayor McGovern. The relationship between the city manager, the council, and the community are vital to keeping Cambridge the amazing city it is today. How will you balance the need to sometimes say no to council or community requests with ensuring that you are open to outside input and suggestions?
So I am always concerned with the gotcha moments where somebody shows up and didn't know information and somebody else says, I got you on it. I'm going to start with you all. I have never put my name on a ballot, but I have worked for people who have, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for people who put their names on the ballot, and more so I have a tremendous amount of empathy for people who are elected leaders and are around the community and do not know what's going on in the community. So communication to me is the first most important thing that we all would do, the city manager's office and city council. I spent a great deal of time in my previous role as city manager in communicating with city councilors. Went as far as there was one city councilor who was not on email, made sure that whenever I sent out an email to the city councilors to update them on something, that he got a phone call, and that phone call was, do you want us to have the email delivered to you, or do you want to wait and come pick it up? Would you like us to read it over the phone, or is it not that important to you right now? So it's important that council gets communicated to regularly. I will tell you that in the best of efforts to communicate with people, there are times where the links in communication just fail to reach its desired results. I would hope that the 99 times that communication was effective would make up for the one time that it wasn't, but we should strive for 100% connection on communication. That communication, I would hope, come the other way as well. So I hope to develop a relationship with council where council would regularly communicate with me about things that are on your mind. If you were to hire me, I would think that one of the reasons that you would hire me is that I have the experience that you're looking for in a city manager. I hope you would tap into that experience, and that together we would be able to communicate back and forth and educate each other and hopefully get to as close, if not right on the same opinion as possible. So, that communication piece is really important. Can I look at that question? Which one is it? Thank you. So, thank you. I wanted to make sure I hit upon it. Councilors, I'm going to sit here before you and tell you that you are going to hear no from me at some point in your life. It's a delicate balance between defending the charter, balancing budgets, and meeting the needs and expectations of elected officials. I have so much respect for the job you have, and I hope you have respect for mine. There are going to be times where no is the right answer, and I am not afraid to give that no, as evidenced by this conversation we're having as I'm trying to get your vote for city manager. I hope that we're in a position where no isn't a surprise, and instead what we're doing is we are talking out our perspectives on things, and that we can see and get on the same page about those things. But frankly, it's impossible for any of us to expect that all of us are going to agree on everybody's agenda all of the time. So there are going to be times where no is quite possible. My strategy, my way of operating is to never embarrass somebody around that. So again, talking about surprises, if I'm not with you on something, you should know about that, and we should be able to talk about that ahead of time, and you should know that I respect you and your position in government, but I can't get to where you want me to be on a particular issue. You should be particularly upset if I haven't told you that, and you show up thinking that everything's okay, and then something isn't. The no will also go to residents at some point. We are here to service the residents of Cambridge, but there are times where their asks are not going to be asks that we could or should strive to perform. The no will go to department heads. I have oftentimes relied on department heads to do the great jobs that they do, but oftentimes have had to say no about their asks for this or their approaches to that. I don't look at no as a negative word. I look at no as a form of communication, and it's a form of communication that, if exercised appropriately, can still result in relationships that allow no's not to build up into a ruining of a relationship that causes more substantial problems as it goes along. So I understand and value your role in government. And will do everything I can to assist you in that role and defend the positions that you've taken as a result of that. I also know that the city manager is empowered by the charter to take on various responsibilities as well, and those those powers need to be vested in the city manager. To the extent that we disagree on those, I hope that it's a disagreement that is philosophical and doesn't ruin a relationship. But if it is ruin a relationship, I will do my best to repair that relationship, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to say yes in order to do that.
Vice Mayor, do you have any follow-up question?
Yeah, so just in terms of the rest of that question, in terms of, we have a lot of people in our community who
Thank you.
Know a lot of things. They're professionals. They do a lot of research. They have a lot of good suggestions, and sometimes they don't always feel that those suggestions are really given as much attention as they may deserve. So
Right.
Clearly you have to say no sometimes, and that's why this form of government works.
Yes.
But what do you do to how do you ensure that you're open to other feedback and that you consider other people's points of view, because you will get them?
Yeah, I am grateful, frankly, for people who offer their opinions. For some of you, so I should say that I'm really comfortable where I have evolved to as a manager. I've gone from a place where I thought I had to have all the answers to all the questions to now know that I don't need to have all the answers. What I need to do is I need to find the best answer and recognize that that'll oftentimes come from other sources. For some of you today, I described a process that I was engaged in Chelsea that helped open my eyes to that, where we went through a process to hire a police chief in Chelsea, and I was supportive of candidate A and thought we were going to arrive at a decision to hire candidate A, and as a result of a process that involved 3 panels of 11 people, 33 people, those panels told me that candidate B was going to be the best police chief. Not disparaging other department heads, but I do believe that a manager's relationship with his public safety staff is critically important. I would add finance and education to that as well. For me to take the recommendations considered to be if not the most critical appointment that I would make, and go against what I thought was going to be the choice I made to embrace the choice that the community made should speak volumes. But I want to amplify this one more time. I learn a lot from people. I'm still in the process of learning. I've learned things from some of you already. I've learned a lot from the governor that I work for right now, and one of the things that I admire about the governor is that he has opinions based upon his experience, and he should have those opinions. That's one of the reasons that we elected him. He has opinions about those about issues facing him, and he's not afraid to issue those opinions, but he's also not afraid to back down from those opinions should somebody else have a better approach, a better opinion that has been presented to him. So I will give you an opinion after having researched something, but I will not fight to the death then to defend that opinion if somebody has a greater opinion. The last point that I'll make on this is that my experience as a legislative aide, where I worked in Charlestown, helped to educate me on this as well. And what I often remarked about in Charlestown was that there was often more talent in the audience that there was in front of the table, people making presentations. I was involved quite heavily in, some of you remember the old-timers around here, and I won't look at anyone to identify an old-timer, but there was discussions about Scheme Z and the changes in Route 93 that were going to result. Somebody just gave a yellow back there about Scheme Z. There were passionate people that showed up at every one of the then Mass Highway Department meetings about how the highway should be designed and reduce the impact on the community. And I saw time and again how the people in the audience knew more about what they were talking about than the paid consultants who came to supposedly educate the community on things. So a very long-winded way of saying that I do value community input. What members of the community should know is that I will listen as much as I can. There are 110,000 voices here, and sometimes it's tough to hear all 110, but it won't be because you didn't try. It's just because voices start drowning out each other. But I will do my very best to respect the opinions of others. And to the extent that I have to say no to others, they should know that it's based upon my own research, my own experience, the expectations that my bosses and others have set for us that have us saying no.
Councilor Toomey's question is on next. I just want to be mindful of the time. We're
9 minutes?
close to 7.
Yeah, right, 9
Great.
minutes.
9 minutes.
Right. Income inequality has been a growing problem in Cambridge. Can you talk about income inequality and its relationship to affordable residential property taxes?
So affordable housing, so if you ask me, and some of you have heard me talk about this, I have a bunch of areas of concern and interest that I would like to tackle with you here in Cambridge. I've already talked about affordable housing, and we have to make sure we hear from the community as to what their top issues are. In the issue of affordability is income disparities and equity. And I say and equity because equity is about income, but it's also about other things besides income. It's about the opportunities that people have to succeed and the expectations that they have that government will treat them fairly and honestly and evenly. I am a candidate here in Cambridge because I get the sense from the 9 of you and from others that I've talked to here in Cambridge, that you care about the disparities that exist in incomes in the residents of Cambridge, and as a result of that, you also care about income inequality in our society in general. And it's an issue that I'm working on right now at the State House, having regular meetings. I missed yesterday's meeting to be with all of you, but I am meeting regularly on that. And for me, success in what would be my tenure would look something like people who have not had the opportunity to achieve all that Cambridge has to offer have found a way to access that. I very much believe in providing opportunities. I don't believe that opportunities in and of themselves guarantee that people are successful, but providing opportunities are important. Those opportunities including the discussion that we had about talking to businesses about what their responsibility is. Those opportunities meaning that city government has responsibilities to address income inequality. Those responsibilities meaning all of us have responsibilities to advocate for state and federal policies which address income inequality. Those responsibilities mean all of us, I'm sure you do it and I will do it, getting out to places where people need to see their leaders and need to see their leaders hearing what their concerns are, reaching out to them and figuring out how we can best attack the problems. So a real life example in addition to the current work I'm doing is that one of the efforts that we engaged in Chelsea while I was city manager was to establish a program that targeted low income residents for coordinated services from the many community-based organizations that existed in the city. And what happened was that you would go to different parts of the city for different types of services, incredibly inconvenient, and at some point you just get tired, you can't make it to that next place. It was difficult to offer childcare services or other needs that you may have because you had to go to different places. So what we did was we worked with the community-based organizations, and because we had such a strong relationship, this was a great conversation to have, and we created this process where the community organizations that were offering job training, that were offering financial services, that were offering educational enrichment, all came together under the same roof. The result of that has been that the data that has come from that indicates that people have a greater likelihood of success if they access more than 2 programs, and that by bringing all those programs under one roof and allowing people to be able to access them in the convenience of one place, they were accessing more than 2 programs. So a great way at a reasonable cost to help bring people together. Again, I grew up on welfare. I saw what a system that was not trying to help my mother break through caused for her in her lifetime, and I have sworn in every effort that I have made, every stop along the way, to make sure that my mother's experience, which was a lifetime of public benefit, is not the sentence that we give to others, but instead is given as an opportunity for others to find the win at the sales and be able to navigate their way to a better, more prosperous time.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey, follow-up question? Hearing none, final thoughts, closing statement.
Any other questions from you all? I won't filibuster for 4 minutes. What I will tell you is that I am very excited and committed to the opportunity that is before me. One of you suggested that last night I would get a question about how my health was and how old I was, and that person was right. I'll let you gloat on your own, and you can disclose, if you wish, who that person was. But I am looking to make a long-term commitment here. I joked with another one of you today that if you were offering a 10-year contract, I might consider a 10-year contract as a part of the long-term commitment. Seriously, my wife and I are ready to make a commitment by virtue of ourselves. We are interested in becoming part of the community by moving here. From a professional standpoint, I would see this as a crowning achievement in a long line of professional successes. I believe that the opportunity that presents itself here is a premier opportunity for anybody who's committed to public service. It's an opportunity to have an impact in a local community, but also an opportunity to lead in Massachusetts, around the country, country and around the world. And as such, I'd have to be crazy not to want to be as excited as I am about being here. So I thank you for the consideration. It's been an honor to be considered. Just being considered truly is meaningful to me. And I hope to be able to work with all of you on achieving what our goals are for the people, the businesses, the nonprofits, the institutions, and the employees of Cambridge. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you.
People should stand up and stretch. Our next candidate will be right with us, Mr. Paul Featherstone. Yes. I'm glad you asked, though, first.
Are you going to come out? Yeah. Just kidding.
That's what he does. There's no control. If we could start to reconvene. Yeah, you want to? Oh, no. It's only a mouthful. I haven't tasted it yet. I'll tell you in a minute. You know what? It's not bad. What'd you do? Oh, shut up. If counselors could come take their seats. If the community that are interested in participating and listening, please come back into the chamber. Can Ms. Albino please turn the heat on because it's not hot enough in here? I want the council order that says, can we get, not a sound system, I want air conditioning. I don't know. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're the best. Our recess, the time of our recess having expired, we will now resume the public meeting on the hiring of our new city manager. We have with us Mr. I got Jay in the brain, but don't take it personal. Paul Firestone, Featherstone. I'm going to let our consultant say your name, and I apologize profusely. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Featherston, for coming. And what we're going to do this evening... It is on. I'm not... Okay, sorry. Thank you for coming and for being here for the 2 days. I'm going to tell you what the format is. The first question we're going to start off with is tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be the next city manager for the city of Cambridge. After that, Heidi and I are going to ask you 9 questions, starting with the question of the mayor that Heidi will ask you. Then she'll turn it back to me to ask a few, and then Heidi will finish up. And if we have some time at the end, you'll have an opportunity to ask some questions of the council. Okay. So if you would like to go ahead, please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be the next city manager in Cambridge.
There we go, sorry. First of all, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I very, very much appreciate the hosting that Cambridge has been a great host, both as a community, as the council, and the public, and the staff. I'm Paul Featherston. I've been in public service for 23 years. From an educational perspective, I have my bachelor's degree of political science from Trinity College, and I have my Juris Doctor degree from Western New England University in Springfield. I fell into public service. I didn't intend to have a career in public service. I actually wanted to be a sports and entertainment lawyer. And it was not a good time when I got out of law school, so I ended up falling into public service, and I've loved every minute of it. I started out as an assistant corporation counsel, so I've handled legal defense and counsel for a town, and then I fell into the administrative part, and I've done that for 23 years, and I find great satisfaction from doing that. I've spent the last 8 years of my career at some progressive national destination points. I've spent 6 years as a deputy city manager in the city of Boulder, Colorado. A lot of the values that they have as a community and a lot of the aspects of the community of a highly engaged, highly educated, mirror Cambridge. And it really changed my perspective of public service, of the ability to work on some really foundational items, some really future forward-looking items. And then I moved to Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville is another progressive community. I've been in the position of assistant city manager for 2 years. And prior to that, I served as a manager in 2 communities in Connecticut. I'm a native New Englander. I've spent all but 8 years of my life in either Connecticut or Massachusetts. And the reason why Cambridge, why I find Cambridge of interest is because I've kind of worked my entire career for an opportunity like this. I feel as though that I've moved to different parts of the country so that I could learn different parts of cultures and learn creative and innovative solutions because I think I felt that it was important for me to get as much experience as I could to get different perspectives about how to do things in a creative way and in an innovative way. I've spent the last 8 years getting great knowledge and great experience, both in community engagement, in some really socioeconomic issues, in some forward-thinking issues such as resiliency and sustainability and transportation, and how you integrate that all into a community, and how that can really benefit a community. And that has really been an eye-opening, life-changing experience for me. And I feel that I'm at the point in my career where I have so much to offer a community and an organization. I have the creativity, the innovation, the knowledge, the experience. I do not have all the answers, but I have the ability to ask questions, and with me I bring the experience that I have and the network that I have to help maximize Cambridge. I think Cambridge is an outstanding organization and an outstanding city and a community. I think you should be very proud of that. I think that it's an opportunity to build even more on the tradition of service excellence that exists in Cambridge. That excites me. I think it is a perfect fit for my experience. And that's what really drives me and my interest in this position. I said it to my boss 6 years ago that I thought Cambridge would be my dream position. And so I'm very honored and appreciate the opportunity to be here and be considered as a finalist.
Thank you. So, Ms. Heidi, are you going to ask the first question?
Apologize. The first question is from Mayor Simmons. Please discuss how you will work to increase and promote diversity throughout the city's workforce at all levels and to increase tolerance, acceptance, and respect between all city employees.
It's a great question. I think it's really important for a community, the organization that serves the community, to reflect the community as much as possible in its workforce. I think it's also one of the most challenging things that communities face. And Cambridge is a very diverse community from a cultural perspective. And what I think is really important for a city to do with its workforce is a couple of things. Diversity is a number of perspectives. It's not just culture or where you come from, it's also diversity of thought. I think diversity of thought is a really difficult thing to achieve, and I think it's something that you have to work on. And what I have done in other organizations is pull together groups. I think there's formal ways to do it. I think there's some organizations have hired and worked through either affirmative action or chief equity officers to make sure that everything that the city is doing is, whether it's hiring or projects or programs or services, that you do it through the lens, that one of the lenses that you use is equity. And I think that's really important from a socio and racial and diversity perspective. So those are one of the things I'd look at as to how to use, what programs there are to use, how we can maximize the recruitment. Recruitment is a really big way of trying to make sure you bring in as much diversity as possible. There's diversity within the area, there's diversity within the region, and there's diversity nationally. And I think it depends on what the organization wants to achieve and how to best achieve it. You can tap into those resources to the degree that you want, and I think it's also important to have a reputation. Cambridge is an incredibly diverse culture. It's something to be really proud about. That will attract people from a national or even a regional perspective into your organization, and I think that's something to really start telling the story about how diverse of a community you are, both in your resident but also in your employee population. That really draws people, because people want to feel comfortable where they are, and they want to feel as a part of the organization, as a part of the community. So I think one of your biggest selling points is, as an employer, and for recruitment and retention, is how diverse you really are, and how to sell that both regionally, locally, and nationally, depending on the positions that you're looking to fill. Tolerance is another really important thing. Civic engagement, it's so important to have civil conversations. and to have productive dialogues, which takes respect. There's some core values that you have to have a community and live them both in your interactions with staff, but also within the meetings that you have. And there's some ground rules that you have to have and live by and hold, because otherwise you will not be able, no one would be able to, if we don't live the values and enforce the values that we believe in, whether it be through staff interactions with each other, staff interactions with the public, staff interactions with the council, vice versa, all over in all the engagement, then it's how you deal with people that really helps people feel and builds a culture of tolerance and acceptance and respect. And that's something to work at every day through engagement, internal, external.
Thank you for that answer. I just want to say to all of you, when you speak, I know you want to engage us, but when you turn your head, we can't hear you, and the people that are viewing are not going to hear you. So you need to really keep your head forward and speak directly in the mic. Thank you for your answer. Is there any follow-up questions? Hearing none. Ms. Heidi, Ms. Joellen, please ask the next question.
Thank you. This question is from Councilor Carlone, and there's a little bit of background before the question. Cambridge has dramatically changed since the 1970s when the city was struggling economically, vast areas were vacant, and few, if any, developers considered it a safe bet for construction. Since then, the city's growth and economic transformation are unprecedented, resulting in large city surpluses and one of the lowest real estate tax rates in the state. However, over the same period, residential property values have increased 20 times, and small businesses and local retail rents are dramatically increasing. The result is many Cantabrigians are forced to leave Cambridge, and the city is losing its unique personality and culture. Citing your personal experience and the city's very strong economic base, what efforts would you lead for greater housing, local retail, and small business assistance beyond present city efforts?
It's a great question. It's a tough question. Things have certainly changed since the 1970s. Cambridge is certainly a really successful destination for businesses and individuals. I think a lot of what has happened is something that has happened across the country is that there's a lot of gentrification going on, and some of that is just natural cycle that it's very hard to predict or it's very hard to react to. There's not a lot of efforts that are available to a community to help reverse it completely. But what is really important for a community to do, I believe, is for a community to a certain degree. I'll answer it in a few ways, and I'll try really hard not to turn my head. One thing I think it's important for staff and council to look forward as much as possible to 20 years or so, because you will see indications of things that are happening within your community and economy that will be telling as to what you may need to consider present day to disrupt a pattern or to positively impact the future. So I think it's whether it's today or in any city, it's really important for staff and councils to watch certain indicators within a community, because there will be telltale signs so that there's time for you to do something before something changes. Because especially when if you want to talk about housing for a second, is that there's only certain parameters. The city usually, unless it decides to be a developer, can only create the framework within developments can occur. Can't necessarily control what developments occur, but you create the framework. So the more that you are able to envision the future and see the indicators, you are then able to positively impact where you want the community to go and how to get ahead of that as opposed to behind it. When you get behind it, which most communities are right now, and I've seen it in some of the communities that I've worked in, I don't have a foolproof answer, but I think there's a couple of ways to approach it. One is to make sure that you have an ongoing dialogue with your developers and your land use community about what type of community you want to be. That's why a comprehensive plan is so important. And then the other part too is because you need retail You need retail housing and economic opportunities that not only bring people into your city, but keep the local people in your city. You don't want to be a city where the locals are driven out, where the locals no longer want to spend time within the city. And the way that I think to do that is to really continuously have a dialogue about how to best achieve that in a way that meets the community benefit needs, but also doesn't do it completely at the cost of the people that are developing and bringing jobs in. I also think that there's, these days, especially when you're a destination community for businesses, you do not have to do a lot of selling of yourself. People want to come here and be here for a lot of reasons, and for the resources that you provide as a community. And I think that there's some ability for communities like this to have really frank conversations about some of the corporations, about being a partner within the community, that they have a community responsibility, that it is a give and take. There's some property values and rents. There are ways, I think, that communities can partner in ways that government has never imagined before, whether it be with a university or a major corporate person, a corporate entity, of how you incentivize abatements and what you get in return. I think community benefit is a really important thing that cities have to think about. So that is how I would address that question.
Thank you. Follow-up question? Okay. Ms. Joellen, next question, please.
This question is from Councilor Chung. Resident surveys and municipal awards both underscore the point that Cambridge is an extremely well-run city, offering its residents an unparalleled level of service. Despite the great work of staff at all levels, there is a growing feeling that the city is ill-equipped to deal with the mounting pressures and expectations in affordable housing, urban planning, tech innovation, transportation, and early education. Appropriately dealing with our modern challenges may necessitate changes in organizational structure, culture, and/or workforce. How would you assess and address changes that may not spare employees hard feelings, but may spare residents hard choices?
Easy question.
All of them.
First off, I do have to say that my impression of Cambridge is you provide a tremendous amount of services. You are certainly one of the top communities I have seen for the number of services you provide and the way that you provide it, so you should be really proud of that. I think that's a reflection of the community's commitment and investment, and also of the investment of the councils past and present, as well as the work of staff. I think kudos and hats off to you. You do a great job. I think at the same time, in a community such as this, there's a lot of, what tends to happen is there's so many issues that the community is trying to address. It's very hard. I mean, that list, I tried to write the list down. Transportation, affordable housing, early education, that is a huge list. Very important issues, but there's only so many things that you can achieve and achieve well at one time. So a few things, I'll answer it, because it is a great question. I'll answer it a few ways. First of all, I think it's really important for the council to, any council, whether it be this council or in any other community that's of a high-performing nature, is to really focus on the things that it wants to achieve long-term for a vision, but also being very clear about the goals and activities and actions it wants to achieve during its council term. That's really important, both for the council and for staff, because it allows staff to be able to focus on things and really focus on making, I'm sorry, I'm turning my head, focus on achieving things that you're looking for, that the community is looking for, that the organization's working for, and the council's working for. So it's really harnessing the resources. That's one thing, trying to really do that, and do it in a way that it's flexible so that things do come up, but it's more about a trade-off of if you're going to add something, you're going to either have to take something off or potentially look at adding resources. Adding resources is not always the best answer, because there's still things, there's only so many things that an organization can achieve at one time. You can have organizational fatigue, and you can also have community fatigue if you try to approach everything at once. Looking at organizational structure and culture, I have to tell you, I think that I'm a big believer in organizational culture. The way that I have learned in my career is that vision is incredibly important, that the council and the community set the vision with the assistance of staff and stakeholders, and then that drives the performance, because that's what we as staff drive towards. And then the city has to have values that it lives every day, which influences the culture, which then feeds into the performance, because the organizational culture is what will feed your performance. You need to have a really healthy organizational culture, and it requires maintenance on an ongoing basis. We're at a point in the workforce that there are more generations at work at the same time than ever before, which means there are many different styles of work. And so it's really important to be conscious of that and create an environment that's very clear about its culture, very clear about its values, and very clear about its vision, so that everybody's working towards that same thing. And so that the community is clear about it as well, because what I have found is the clearer you are with that and the more aligned you are, you will see stakeholders and council members holding each other accountable about that's not on our vision, or that's not feeding up to what we need to. And staff will do the same thing. Change is hard. We are humans. We resist change. We change every day, though, but we resist it. Cultures are very resistant to change. And so I think that in an organization that has a tradition of service excellence and a tenure of staff, a great tenure of staff, you have to be very careful and thoughtful about the change in the organization and the culture. And it's more about, because I think, I believe that Cambridge is probably one of the best top national communities across the country. You're very humble about it, but you really are. When I've delved into the information, you are one of the top communities that I've looked at from a best practice perspective. So it's not about you're not where you need to be, it's where can you go? What is the potential that you can tap into? What is a different, society is changing, and government's been the slowest thing to change, to adapt to what society has come to. And so it's how do we, as an organization, look at how do we structure ourselves to iterate with society so that we're meeting the needs of our community in a way that, because government in the past has been very resistant to change, it's really trying to figure out how do we harness the power within the multi-generational workforce and what's happening out in the community so that we can reflect that. Communities sometimes very averse to change as well, but there's ways to go about it. I'm not resistant in any way, shape, or form to looking at change. I just think to build upon the tradition of excellence this community has, it has to be really thoughtful. It has to be very purposeful. It has to be engaging. And there's probably some tough decisions to be made, but the more, it's kind of like community engagement, the more you engage the organization, they've probably got some great ideas about how to potentially reorganize, and a lot of communities and organizations that I've worked with find it really empowering, because really what you want to do is you want to empower staff to be the best they can be for you as a council and you as a community. So I think it's a great question. I think that it's one of the things that I have learned the most and that I bring to the table is my ability to look at organizational development, look at organizational cultures, and really build upon what exists. You really are a great community and organization. How do you tap into the potential? Because you have tremendous potential beyond what you are right now, and you're a great city right now. So I tend to ask the organization, the councils, and the community the what-ifs and the why-nots. And I think that's really important.
Thank you. Councilor Chung, do you have a follow-up?
So the follow-up question was the same, is that, if you do that assessment and you make the decision that a reorg is needed that, may change how people work or may require letting people go through no fault of their own just to best serve the community, how operationally do you go about that in terms of working with people who work for the city and have done good work for the city and also with the council?
But I think it depends on the situation. I think there are ways to, what I have seen work well is if, Jim Collins and Good to Great and the right seat on the bus. And I think that when you're looking at reorganizing, there's people that bring something to the table. Everybody brings something different to the table. And I think it's important to look at when you're reorganizing, is there some place in the organization if it's not in their current seat, is there a different seat where the community and the organization can benefit from that person. So I would do it in a collaborative way to the extent possible. At some point, decisions have to be made, but I would make sure, especially because of the transition that would be going on, there's only so much you can do at one time without creating chaos. And it's important to do it. There's a lot of change management philosophies out there. There's a lot of change management consultants out there. I would probably enlist those services pretty quickly to ensure that, because just changing a person is change, and you've got to manage that change so that it's successful. But I think it would have to be through a collaborative process, which eventually ends. People, as human beings, we don't want to wonder why or be fearful of what might happen to us. So the more that we're very transparent and open about what we're trying to do and engage them and engage their ideas, I think the more that people will understand the potential outcomes and how that will benefit the community and the council and the organization. And in the end, everybody wants their work to matter. So that's why I think it's really important, and it may not be answering your question directly, but I think it needs to be really collaborative, open, transparent. With the transition of just bringing in a new person, that's going to be change. And so to help keep it successful for the organization, you got to be pretty purposeful about the amount of change and how quickly you're happening. Because what I have found is there's some theories about you amplify the things that really bring you up as an organization, and you dampen the things that don't. So you want to make people feel amplified, and whether it's here or somewhere else, you want them to feel good about what they're doing. It's a tough question.
Thank you very much. Ms. Joellen, if you go to the next counselor.
The next question is from Councilor Devereaux. Cambridge is a city where the majority of residents and many small businesses are renters. With rising income inequality and steadily increasing property values, displacement in both sectors threatens the community's valued socioeconomic diversity. What, in your experience, can you cite that would give those feeling the squeeze the confidence that you will equitably balance the often competing interests of property owners and tenants? What specific models from outside the Cambridge and Boston area, either nationally or internationally, would you seek to draw on?
If I had the answer to this one, I'd be pretty wealthy. It's a really tough question. I think every community, to a certain degree, struggles with it. I'll try to go directly to the question, specific models. I actually am not sure it's possible to ever achieve an equitable balance where you're always at 50-50 and you're always balancing every interest. I think there's always going to be a situation where it ebbs and flows depending either on the economy or the environment. And so, I think actually it comes down to what hard decisions. So I'm not sure there's a model that I have seen that is the golden answer for Cambridge or any other community, but I think what it comes down to is the hard conversations that communities have to have and councils have to have. These are real issues. These are real issues that affect people's pocketbooks, whether as a developer or a property owner, and affect people's wallets as renters. And people take that very seriously. It also greatly impacts the culture and diversity of a community. And so, I believe that what I have found impactful is everybody will provide you with a list of things that a community wants to achieve, that when you really look at it, you'll never be able to achieve all of that. And so it's having really hard conversations, which I have seen in other communities, is, okay, council and community and staff, can we get to the table where there are no sacred cows, so to speak? Because in order to achieve the equitable balance or even get it back into other things, we might have to look at some areas that we before weren't willing to look at. Are you willing to look at potentially using some of your existing funds differently? Are you willing to look at your tax and fee structures to achieve some of this? Because some of this would require the government to have more of control, which is usually through property ownership or through some type of leverage financially to get that type of control. And so I think it would require the community and the council to have some really tough conversations about, okay, if these are our true goals and we want to make meaningful progress to them, and to always ebb and flow, because you never want to have one at the expense of the other. So I've not seen a model that actually, I'm not sure there is a model out there. What I have seen work is bringing in conversations that are really, really constructive, sometimes difficult and frank, but really constructive about, okay, if we're willing to do, if we really want to make meaningful progress in these areas, are we willing to look at our parking? Are we willing to live with less parking? Are we willing to look at our tax base? Are we willing to look at our tax abatements? Are we willing to look at fees, everything across the board? Because I think that will feather out for us what the community is willing to do in each of those areas. So specifically, I can't, because I've worked in some really hard issues in municipalities across the country and some of the best communities across the country. And it's always been, well, we want to have 45,000 acres of open space, but at the same time, we want to have affordable housing and don't want to lose the moderate and the middle income. Well, okay, completely agree with that. But when we have values, which are great values, you can't achieve everything. You have to look to see how do you balance it so you don't take one at the cost of the other. I don't have a model out there that I have seen, but I think it's time, I see it in the community I serve right now, it's time for some hard conversations. It's time, and I actually think society is moving closer to some of those hard conversations, and how do you harness that and get in front of that?
Thank you. Councilor Devereux, do you have a follow-up? Hearing none, we'll go to our next councilor.
Okay. This question is from Councilor Kelly. I forward you a number of emails expressing concerns from several constituents that their attempts to contact and get services from a certain city staff department have been frustratingly unproductive. What do you do short, mid, and long term?
So I believe one of the strongest values that a government has to have, an organizational value, has to be customer service. We are here to serve the public in every aspect. And so that it's really important to have commitments as to what that means. And I think it's really important for us as an organization to be very clear about what our commitment is and to bring that down to every level of the organization, make it core value of every individual. What I would do, what I do when I receive concerns about, especially if it's a pattern, if it's a single situation, what I would do is get in contact with the manager and ask them to look into it and get back to me as quickly as possible. And then from there have a conversation about whether it's acceptable, what I find out, whether it's acceptable or what changes we need to make. Either make in the approach from the individual or whether or not we don't have the resources allocated appropriately, because response, especially these days, is really important because of the connectivity and how quick people are able to send emails and expect and want responses in a timely basis. Second thing I would do is, depending on if it was a pattern. If it was a pattern, I'd have some very direct conversations immediately with the manager and ask them to look into it and provide me with what they're going to do to follow up on it. And if it's a pattern within the department, because there are times where you will see patterns about resource and response from some departments or individuals, I feel strongly in the short term you have to jump on that and make it known that the city manager's office is aware of it and wants an answer and expects better service. I think it's really important that we as the city manager's office also live that and show that, because if we're not living it and showing it, then others are going to not believe and buy into the value. So the short term, I would find out what the cause of the problem is. I'd make sure that email is responded to and the inquiries are responded to as quickly as possible within the day, and make sure there's some contact immediately beyond email with the inquiring party and make sure there is a plan, depending on how great of a request it is, whether it be for data or a resolution of something, that they commit to a time frame that it will be done, and they will get the information back. Bigger picture, I'd be watching patterns like that to make sure that the organizational value and commitment is behind, and we're very clear about what our commitment to responses are. So that quickly is a nutshell of short, mid, and long term.
Thank you. Councilor Kelly, do you have a follow-up? Okay, thank you. We now go to Councilor Ma.
This question is from Councilor Marr. Some people in our community are somewhat surprised that we don't have a more coordinated corporate philanthropic initiative with many of the large businesses and institutions in our community, especially regarding efforts as they relate to supporting our public schools and job training initiatives for low-income residents. Can you share any ideas or insight into how you might tackle this issue?
Sure. Actually, I think this is a great example of how government has been in the past and how it needs to be in the future. I think government in the past has never really thought about the community benefits that major corporations can bring to a community and the positive aspects that a corporation can get for themselves for being a really good corporate citizen. And I believe this is there are some communities that have started looking into it, and some have started creating positions that are focused directly on corporate sponsorships, whether it be through school programs or facilities, just really corporate giving. It's an arm of economic development, but it's really corporate giving. And so there are some of the communities across the country that are starting to look at developing positions that are focused directly on that. Because there are some great resources within the community that we don't tap into, because it's never been within our mindset or our paradigm that government can and should partner with things. Because a lot of people will see it as what some communities have done in the past is naming rights, which has a really difficult aspect, that naming certain facilities, because that's one of the things that I've seen most typical is that some parks and recreation programs in some facilities across the country at the city level will have naming and sponsorship policies, but those are really dedicated towards facilities, which can create some issues about how this is this field or this is this facility. But one of the untapped things I think that we as a government need to start shifting towards is the corporate sponsorship, because it is a partnership. Usually there are some abatements or incentives that large corporations get to come into a community, and I think there needs to be long-term community benefit beyond just the norm, because it is a two-way street, and I do believe that corporations really do want to be a part of the solution, because it does help their profile, but it also helps them be a really good corporate resident. So I do think it's an area of focus that we as a government need to do. I would actually try to turn it into a specific program, because I think the return on investment would be phenomenal, especially in a community like this. And I actually don't think it's just the large corporations. I think some of the smaller corporations and some of the entrepreneurial efforts out there also want to be part of the solution. There's a lot of expertise in this area of the country, in this community, and there's a lot of desire to be part of a solution and an answer, and it's how do we harness that in ways that government has not thought of before.
Thank you. Councilor Ma, do you have a follow-up?
Very briefly, so with the creation of a position like that, do you see that position, and I know we're kind of springing this on you and you haven't had a lot of time to think about it, but would you look at a position like that and say it's part of the city, or would you look at it and say the city funds a position and it's part of a separate entity?
It's a great question, and I believe actually, I think it could work a number of ways. I actually think the only way it's going to work the best is it's integrated, somehow to integrate it within the government as within to the business culture. And so I do think that there's, I would have to think about it more, because my immediate reaction is I would not want to put it within a certain department or entity within the government, because there's always a labeling that comes with that and assumptions that come with that. Sometimes it's harder to integrate into institutions, whether it be universities or colleges or corporations, when the city government owns it. And some of what I have seen successful is partnerships, whether it be with the Chamber of Commerce or some business institution or with the corporations directly, where there is a partnership as to where that position lies. So my immediate reaction would be that it probably not be housed specifically in a city department, that it be somehow integrated out into the business culture and community, because you need buy-in on both sides. If it's just outward facing, it's going to be harder, because it's the same thing that I've experienced with the universities, because in a lot of communities, corporations are just like university or colleges. You have to figure out how to integrate together, and if it's just one-sided, it's hard to penetrate. And so the most success I have seen is that it's a shared responsibility and shared commitment.
Thank you. Other colleagues that have a follow-up to this? Councilor Devereaux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll follow up the way I did with the prior candidate on this question. So since you've been talking about universities, you've worked in 2 cities that have universities. I think both of them are state universities. Is that correct? Yeah. So we don't have any state universities in Cambridge, but we have 2 very large private ones. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about how you see the role of institutions, specifically educational institutions and private ones, evolving in the 21st century and their relationship with their host communities.
Sure. I actually believe that, again, a paradigm shift both for government and educational institutions. For years, both government and educational institutions have treated themselves as separate, whether it be public or private. I have to tell you, the fact that I've worked in 2 communities with state institutions does not make it any easier, because the state institutions that I have worked with, they're exempt from most of the regulations because they are a state facility, so that they, in a lot of ways, are kind of like a private entity. But what I have, so what I believe from how you integrate or address. For a long time, communities and educational institutions felt that they were 2 separate things. And they're not, because they're a resident just like the rest of corporate or private residences. And they have significant impacts on the community. When you have, so in my experience, especially with Colorado, the University of Colorado flagship campus is in Boulder, right in the middle of downtown Boulder. It has 30,000 residents and only houses the freshman class. The rest are to be distributed within the community. And so we have the University Hill that has been a pretty predominant, wealthy area of the community with significant homes. So you have $1 million homes next to frat houses, next to some rental homes. And so it's really created a dynamic of how do we engage the educational institution into that you have positive, you bring great things to the table. You bring vibrancy to our community. You bring jobs to our community. But you also have people that are neighbors. You have neighbors and you're a part of the community. And so we worked really hard in Boulder to interconnect and try to have that conversation with the chancellor and the chancellor's office, and it worked pretty well for a while. We shared a position that was called university liaison, where we shared a position where it was exactly what we just talked about with the corporate side, is somebody that was funded by both organizations and didn't really answer to one or the other. It was really to make sure that we liaised, and we liaised on a lot of issues, particularly on the community impact. Whether it be height issues because the institution was exempt from building beyond the 4-story limit, that they could build skyscrapers to a certain degree for Boulder, for housing or anything else. So what we did is we tried to create connections that we could have conversations, ongoing conversations with the staff that made those decisions on a daily basis. And we ran into some trouble, and what we found was we needed to make sure that we were shooting for the level of the university that was actually working on the front lines with the issues that we had. And it was usually the dean of students, the housing, and we worked really hard. We adjusted our approach so that we weren't shooting for the Board of Regents and we weren't shooting for the chancellor. We were shooting for the deans and the staff that were making those decisions on a daily basis. And it mattered, because what we tried to do is we tried to get the university to invest more in the way that the housing was being managed within our area. We were trying to get the university to start getting staff and professors into the Hill, so that there was more integration in the community. So those are the type of, I think, the ongoing relationship and dialogue and trying to figure out, because they are significant residents. They do have community benefit. They do have community impact. I think that the chancellors and the presidents these days are very aware of that, becoming much more aware of it. Colleges and universities are a bigger bureaucracy than governments are. And so it's certainly slower to shift that paradigm. But I have seen some great college chancellors and university presidents who get that. And so I would really try to work at that angle to figure that out. From a private I haven't worked with the private institutions, but I wouldn't, and I know there is a distinction, but I think that especially when you have exempt state institutions, it's a little bit of the same. I acknowledge a little bit different, but I'd work hard. I think there's a lot of partnerships that could happen with some of the universities across this country and the cities, because your universities in every city across this country are major property owners. And I think that university, the students' body is changing so much where students no longer want to be insular. They want to be part of a community. They don't want to be in a gated. And so how do we as governments and communities start having those conversations with institutions about how do we start integrating and achieve your goals and achieve our goals collaboratively?
Thank you. Any other follow-ups on this question? Hearing none, we'll move to Councilor Mazin.
This is Councilor Mazin's question. It has become the norm that department heads be allowed to editorialize in their reports, mixing the dispassionate informational analysis the council needs with additional framing or discussion that suggests and even dictates policy outcomes. While department heads and the manager's office may have valuable opinions, these could be separate communications from city officials, providing friendly advisement, rather than mixing opinions into official reports presented as canon via the city manager's agenda. Will you agree to keep reports objective and open-ended? In what other ways will you encourage policy discussions in Sullivan Chamber and protect policy directives among staff?
So I haven't read any of the staff reports that have given me an indication or that I've seen this, so I don't want to say whether I acknowledge that it's accurate or not, because I just don't have that data. But I will tell you one of the principles that I have as a professional, and it's changed since I started my career, that's the beauty of age, is that I believe strongly in the city manager form of government. I believe it is our job as professionals to provide the community a few things. One is for us to provide core services on a daily basis. I also believe that it is our job to support significant policy initiatives of the council and the community in a professional way. And what that means to me is we as professionals are obligated to provide, especially when it comes with policy. And in the past, I thought it was a much more clear issue of what was policy and what was operations, but I do acknowledge it's a much grayer area. But I do believe strongly when it comes to policy issues that staff's job, my job, is to provide council with options, do our work, the best work possible to show the best practices out there, be open-minded about what the possibilities are, the what-ifs and the why-nots, and create staff reports and work product that outlines the options, outlines factually what we know about the issue, what options we have seen across the country or locally, what we believe in the community. And I have to tell you, so in Boulder, this is a little bit of a rabbit trail, but in Boulder, their agenda packets are usually about 500 pages apiece, and it's a weekly thing. And so what we had done when I first arrived there is that there was the pre-agenda meeting, the pre-agenda meeting, and then the agenda meeting. We went through editing 3 times to make sure that we wanted to provide the best product to the community and to the council, because that is our obligation. We took it to a little bit of an extreme, so we got rid of the pre-pre, and we lightened up a little bit, but But we still live to the value that it is our job, because if staff were in council's shoes, no one wants to be told what to do, especially when there's a lot of conversation to be had and there's a lot of issues on both sides. It's really important to provide options, and I do think the staff has the ability and the obligation, where there is a recommendation, to make that recommendation, and then present that to the council and to the community and let the dialogue occur. Because that dialogue can really greatly influence some of the thinking, either in the recommendation or the option. Because what I have learned through the engagement process of the communities I've been in is there are a lot of smart people out there, and there are many views to many issues. And we may think that we get everything, but it's not always the case. We are human, and there are times where we don't think of everything, and that's great. That's why you have councils. That's why you have communities and engagement. And so one of the principles that I work upon is really, it is our job as staff to make sure that we do the best research we can, we thoroughly research it, that we outline the options, and in the case that we have a recommendation, that we outline the recommendation. And then we present that to council, and then we engage in the dialogue with council. And it's not more of a defending the recommendation, it's really about talking about the information that we're hearing, the give and take in the moment, and then formulate from there where to go. One of the principles that I have as a professional is, and I've learned it early on in my career, and I teach it in the leadership classes that I present, is that it is never our job to replace the judgment of the policymakers. The policymakers, it is our job to inform that decision. It is our obligation to make sure that you as policymakers make the best informed decision. And that's really hard sometimes for staff, because we as professionals feel very committed to what we do and very committed to what we think the best interests of the community are. So that passion is a good thing. That's a great thing for staff to have that passion. It's how do you harness it so that we get the best result for the community, which takes more than staff trying to come up with what the options and the recommendation are.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up? Then we'll go to the Vice Mayor McGovern. Please read his question.
And I just want to mention there's about 23 minutes left for the last two questions, and this one is from Vice Mayor McGovern. The relationship between the city manager, the council, and the community are vital to keeping Cambridge the amazing city it is today. How will you balance the need to sometimes say no to council or community requests while ensuring that you are open to outside input and suggestions?
Sure. I think this is another illustration of the shifting paradigm of government. I do believe that government, for a long period of time, has always felt as though it's got the role to be the answer person, the answer entity. And I think that's shifted the way society has shifted, and that we have to shift with that. I think it's really important that we as professionals provide professional counsel and advice. I think that's our job. I think it's our job to provide professional services and programs to this community at a level that is appropriate for this community. And this community, and every community I serve, deserves the best and highest quality. So from that perspective, I feel pretty strongly that we do need to do our job, but at the same time, we do need to understand that there are good ideas out there. There are times to not ask, why would we do that, or why would we think of that, or just automatically get to know. There are times to get to know, and the organization and the city manager has to sometimes get to know, and they have to have the managerial courage to stand alone and say no. And sometimes it's actually harder as a manager to have the managerial courage to say yes, because when you sit in the manager's office or in the manager's seat, you will hear from the council, you'll hear from the community, and you'll hear from the staff. And a lot of times they're not aligned. And so you have to figure out, how do you as a manager align those to the best possible extent. I have to tell you that my last two positions have taught me that government has changed, that we are not the answer people. We are there to provide service to the best of our abilities, and there are great ideas out there. I remember early in my career that I worked in the mayor's office at the time, and I kept on having a person call up and saying, every time I turn on my dining room light, the street light goes on or off. And forever, we just said, that person is crazy, and just kept on calling. Finally, and I was fairly new at the time, I said, we need to send somebody out just to respond and see. She could turn the street light on and off with her dining room light. So I do think it's really important to sometimes really say why or why not, why not? What if? Because when you ask the what ifs, shift happens. When you ask why, and be very solid in your position, you never have the what ifs and you never have the shift happen that could happen. So with my relationship with the council, I apologize if I have spoken about this too much, but I do believe that one of the most important things that a manager in a city can do, a council can do, is be very clear about its vision and what it wants to achieve in its work in its term. I think when a city does not have a clear vision or clear work plan of the council, popcorn happens. And so you end up having so many things. You have the public, you have staff, and you have council going in every different direction, usually on great things, but there's only so many things you can achieve at once and achieve well. And so what I have found very useful is a commitment to a visioning process, which then staff returns with a work plan for the council term to show what it can reasonably achieve in that time. In the quartiles, in the quarters, it will come back to you, and in what form it will come back to you. And it then allows the public and the council to watch on a live basis and be a part of the process to bring those issues and those efforts forward to achieve the mission. What that creates is a context, a dialogue, where you can say when someone comes up with something, whether it be a staff member or a community member or council member, where you say, how is it meeting our vision? Is it in alignment with our vision? Is it in alignment with the work plan that we've committed to? And if not, then it's easy to say no. You can certainly defer it to a different time. Or if it's the will of the council, identify what's going to come off the plate. What are you going to defer to achieve that? That is how I have found it very helpful to try and keep alignment and really achieve things. Not always the answer, but I do believe it's important for the manager to have the managerial courage to say no or yes. Mm-hmm. And sometimes yes is harder to say than no.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, is there a follow-up question? Hearing none, we'll move to Councilor Toomey's question.
This is the last question, and it's Councilor Toomey's question. Income inequality has been a growing problem in Cambridge. Can you talk about income inequality and its relationship to affordable residential property taxes?
Sure. I think there are some income inequality in the relationship to affordable housing is somewhat clear to me from the perspective of the lower income and the higher income. Usually the affordable housing within a community that has the desire and demand that Cambridge has is that the lower income and the higher income are well maintained. With the low income, there's usually some really good programs, either federally, state, or locally sponsored, that provide affordable housing for the low income, whether it be subsidized or otherwise. Usually the communities are pretty good at that, and then the high-end income, the AMI of 120 or beyond, is usually pretty well maintained by the market. And what happens is it's the inside, the middle, the moderate to the middle that usually suffers in a community because of the income inequality. I do believe that there is a relationship, if I understand the question correctly, that to help facilitate affordable housing and manage some of the income inequality, there are initiatives and abatements that you can do based on the income level and the affordable housing, where people are paying a lower rate based on their income and based on the value of the home, so that they're not paying the full value. So they're not paying taxes based on the full value so that you can keep them in their home as long as possible. And so, and I welcome follow-ups to this, but that's what comes to mind for my response to that.
Councilor Toomey, do you have a follow-up? Any council member have a follow-up? Hearing none, I go back to Ms. Joellen and Ms. Heidi. Do we offer the the candidate an opportunity to make closing remarks or statements, some burning issue that we did not touch on that you'd like to make sure that you mention. And I personally want to know how the trees are doing in Boulder, because you have the pre, the post, and all these agendas. Do you have any trees left? Because it seems like a lot of paper.
They've gone electronic.
Good.
But just closing comments, I really appreciate the opportunity. Cambridge is a national leader on several issues, and I think it is a great community. I think I am well suited for the position. My creativity, my innovation, my experience, my education, my engagement skills, I think make it a great fit. If I haven't addressed any questions that you still have some follow-ups, I'm happy to answer those.
Council, are there any follow-up? Councilor Marr.
Just, Madam Mayor, a question that I have is that and this gives you a little bit of freedom to answer this question, but what do you think the first 3 months of your tenure here in Cambridge would look like? What would you want to accomplish and achieve in that first 3 months?
Sure. What I would, in my first 3 months, and it'd probably be longer than my first 3 months, but given the solid tradition of tenure in this organization, I would really make a concerted effort to get to know the entire organization, spend time within the departments, with the management team, getting to know people, really just getting to know people, and it'd be also externally. I'd be working very hard to get to know the stakeholders of the boards and the commissions, and the corporate residents, the institutional residents, and building relationships. I think that it's, especially in this type of environment, to really spend and invest time in the building of the relationships and listening and learning. And I'd probably, there's some, I'd also do that with the council. I think one of the first things I do with the council is, and I think you have this on your work plan already, is spend time together about what your vision is, what your work plan is for the remainder of your council term, and even beyond that, and to really talk about the goals for me for the first year, because I wouldn't want to wait very long to understand what your goals are for myself and the rest of the organization. So I'd do that. I'd also do some assimilation processes. I've seen that work well in other organizations where you literally spend time with each other, just getting to know each other from a perspective of what do you need from me, what do you want from me, what do I need to know about you, what do you need to know about me, what are your preferred working styles, what are your hot buttons, how are you wired, how am I, and vice versa for me. I have found that very useful both internally and with the council and with the community. Because it's change. I'd also probably enlist immediately some assistance from a change management perspective. Not that I'm changing anything, just me would be change. And how do I manage that to the success of the organization and to success of the council and to success of the community? That's what I'd spend as much time as possible on, well beyond my first 3 months. And I would spend as much time as possible out of my office, because I think that I need to become a part of the organization and a part of the community and a part of the corporate existence here and the institutional. So I'd be spending a lot of time out there just really building relationships and learning.
One follow-up question, I'll try to be quick. Councilor Chung had asked a question around looking at departments. And one question I asked of the earlier candidate, and I want to ask of you, is the question around evaluation and performance. Is that something that you've done?
Yes.
Is it something that you do? Can you talk a little bit, give us
Thank you for asking that question.
You're very welcome.
I think it's really important. I think performance management is critical. And so I have some great experience where we built a system where performance management was done, and there was merit tied to it, merit pay tied to it. But what we did was we built a system which was built upon values and competencies. We made it very clear, so for depending on the band that you were in, that we created so that people knew if they wanted to go from a frontline position to a supervisor position to a manager to an executive position, the different competencies you needed. Not the skill set, not specifically what you can do, but what competencies do you need? There's a great resource out there that is formerly known as the Lominger competencies. It's run by Korn Ferry, and it literally goes through 60 some odd competencies, and it's very helpful in creating a real set understanding for everybody within the organization, top to bottom, about how they're going to be evaluated on the competencies and the outcomes they produce, as well as the values of the organization. I think it's very important to have the values within the organization and live those. So that then transformed into the performance management system. We then built an evaluation tool around that so that everything we did was around competencies, values, and the outcomes, not outputs, but outcomes and goals. Very specific about it. We also moved away from a rating system, a number system. We moved more towards meets, and every organization is different, but we would do does not meets, meets, fully meets, and exceeds. Because the evaluation should be more of a dialogue than a number system, a dialogue about how you're doing, how to get you to the next level, where you're short, where you're doing great. And we also moved to a focal point review, where instead of doing it on people's anniversary dates, we did focal point reviews where everybody's evaluation is done at the same time. And the reason for doing that is norming, because you want people to be normed so that if you're trying to achieve something as an organization, what I found was if we do not norm people, you will have someone over here being an exceeds, someone over here being a meets, and there's no distinction. And so what literally you do as a management team, you get in a room and you sit there and you put everybody who's within your unit, and you have people who work. So you bring all managers together, all directors. So I'll give you an example for directors. Directors will come together in a room and talk about the direct reports of everybody in that room. And you put up on a chart literally where you believe that person lies for performance. And you then have a conversation. You then explain to everybody why you have this person there. Because then you norm everybody. And people are very fearful of it. It's an excellent exercise where people really have a great conversation of where people belong. So yes, I have a lot of experience and passion for performance management because we all want to know what we're doing well. We all want to hear immediate constructive feedback. We don't want to wait for an evaluation. And what we did is we also put in a 6-month check-in, a really simple format where we checked about how you're doing in your competencies, how you're doing in your goals, and how things are going for you, and have a dialogue about what you need from us and what we need from you. So yes, I believe strongly in performance management and tying it into the culture of an organization.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any other questions to follow up? Anything else you want to leave us with?
I am really honored to be here. I mean it very sincerely. I think Cambridge is a national beacon, and I find that you're very humble about it, which is great. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and offer the knowledge and creativity and experience I have, and offer that. I think you have a big decision to make. I think I've enjoyed the process, I've enjoyed the people, and I've enjoyed the candidates. I think you have a great opportunity for the future, no matter where you land.
Thank you very much for your interest. The council will be in a brief recess while we invite the next and last candidate up.
I don't know, Gabriel was standing outside, but you know what? Is she going in there?
Going out there where it's not as hot.
I'm gonna faint. Pour the water.
The time of the recess having expired, I would like to bring us back to order. If my colleagues can resume their seats and have the audience please come back into the chamber, I'd like to invite our final candidate into the room. It's 8:20 now. Okay.
7:06.
A quorum of the city council being present, we will resume our business meeting, the hiring of the application and interview process of a new city manager. I would like to welcome our last and final candidate for the evening. please give your name and address for the record as if we didn't know you. And give your opening remarks, and then I will hand it over to Ms. Joellen and Ms. Heidi. I want to thank everyone in the audience for their tenacity and patience.
Okay, good evening. My name's Louis DePasquale. I live at 17 South Normandy Ave, Cambridge, Mass. I guess just a few things about myself. Last night we did a little vision statement as well, but we'll go with a little more about myself and then we'll be opening for the questions. So I've lived my entire life in Cambridge. I'm someone who's very active in the community in Cambridge. I'm someone who can be seen in many different areas and locations in Cambridge. And I'm someone who loves spreading the word about this city morning, noon, and night, Monday through Sunday, because this is the best place to work and live anywhere. And it's something I'm very proud to be part of. And when I hear from people, not while I'm in City Hall, but outside at any venue, good things, it makes me happy. And when I hear things we need to do better, I feel like it's my role to figure out how we can make their impression change. And I've been doing that for a long time, and I do that 7 days a week because I like doing it, because this city means a lot to me. I started with the city in the early 70s. My first assignment was to take a look at, should the city have a sewer rate? And the reason was Harvard and MIT primarily were exempt from property taxes, and this would allow them to pay a sewer rate. And when I first got asked to do that, I really wasn't sure what a sewer rate even was, but I figured it out and made a recommendation, and right now it brings in $48 million, so it's something I'm pretty proud of. From there, I went into the treasurer's office and really did the first reconciliation of accounts in the city's history. We just went through bags and bags of checks and reconciled them, brought the cash in line, and then I got an opportunity by someone really mentoring me even early on to move to the budget office and be the controller of the budget. And for someone in the Treasury to move over the budget to get that assignment, it was big, because I have to tell you, back then, not like now where Treasury and finance and budget is one, it was a little different. So for someone from the Treasury to get that opportunity was different, and it was a great challenge. But budget book back then was all done manually. So you had to add your spreadsheets and your tapes and put them all together and make sure it added up. And fortunately, the first year I did it, it did, and from there I got offered a job in the budget office. I worked in the budget office until 1982 when I became the budget director. And when I became the budget director, I wanted to take advantage of the fact the budget office was part of the city manager's wing. And I just didn't want to be the office that was about the numbers. I really wanted to be the go-to department for everything. The city, and by having the manager's office right beside us, it gave us some leverage to appear that we could do that, and we did that, and we continue to do that, and it's something I'm very proud of, and it's allowed us really to start really working with departments in so many areas. Also, as budget director, I'm proud of the fact that I submitted the first GFOA Budget Distinguished Award budget for the city that we still have today. But I think the biggest thing that I wanted to do in the budget office was let departments know we were there to help them. But in order to help a department in the budget office, you had to know the budget as well as they did, or you couldn't really help them. So we took great pride in working with the departments. I was once told that most budget directors, departments really don't want to work with because you're usually somewhat of a spy for the city manager. Well, my goal was to never get to the city manager, to work with them to get it fixed before we had to go to the city manager. And I think we did that, and it's something that we still do. And then I got the opportunity in 2002 to become the Assistant City Manager for Fiscal Affairs. I'm extremely proud of this position. I love this position. I love the job I have right now, but this next opportunity is something I feel I had to go for. It's something I'm really looking forward to. But as finance director, I continued to work with departments. One of the things that the city manager said to me is, you'll be making key financial decisions on a lot of projects that are happening in this city. and we have to do it up front, not at the end. So you have to get involved from day one. And based on the relationship I believe I had already built with departments, it was an easy fix for me to be allowed, really, to be part of every major initiative, really from step one. And that still goes on today, and it's a real important relationship that we have because it helps us make decisions. I think as finance director, one of the key tasks I was asked to do was to take a look at city council goal that said evaluate expenditures with always in mind what's the impact on the taxpayers. And I'm very proud of the fact that we've done that incredibly well with the council. I know I've stated this numerous times, but it's a pretty amazing thing when you think of all we do, that over the last 10 years, annually, 75% of our residents have had an increase of less than 100, no increase at all, or a decrease. And that's not by accident. That's well-planned and a teamwork by everybody, and something I'm very proud of. I'm also proud of the fact that we are at an all-time high in all our financial balances, not because we're trying to build our balances up, because we spend them as well, but it allows us to do what we do. We say yes to projects, yet we still are the strongest financial city in the state. That's something I'm very proud of. I think it's something the council should be very proud of. But I also want to say it's not because of Louis DePasquale or Bob Healy or Rich Rossi. It really is a team effort. This city, the department heads, the fiscal team know the importance of this. It allowed us to borrow recently at 0.018%. And when you got $300 million worth of projects, school buildings that are going to affect our children's lives for a long time, the ability to be able to do these kind of things are real important, and it's something I'm very proud of. And I think I'll go from there.
And before we go into our first question, and I apologize for not doing this before, I do want to acknowledge we have school committee member Emily Dexter with us this evening as well. So to Joellen and Ms. Heidi and Ms. Joellen.
Thank you. So part of the first question was, why do you want to be the next city manager? So let me just tell you that after you answer that, Heidi's going to ask you a question, I'll ask you a few, and then back to Heidi, and we have about a little over an hour.
Okay.
So if you can finish that, why do you want to be the next city manager in Cambridge?
Well, I think that for me, this is an opportunity to really move the city forward in terms of where we're going to be for the next 5, 10, 20 years. And I've been working on that for a long time, and I'm excited and proud of to have the opportunity to change my role into being the chief executive officer. I know how to get things done, and right now we have a lot of projects going on that really need to keep on going. And having the ability to step right into these projects, because I have been working with them, is something that I think is going to be real important to the city. We have Vision Cambridge. That's something we need to really look at. We have Envision Cambridge. We have everything that's going on with the Foundry. We have a new school superintendent. So we have a lot of items. We have an affordable housing issue that needs to be resolved. I really believe I know how to resolve these issues. I know how to work with the city council. I've worked with 35 city councilors since I became budget director. And I think if you asked any one of those 35 city councilors, my reputation is I listen, I work hard, and know how to get things done. I also want to be city manager because I want to have the opportunity to change a few things. And I think some of the things that we need to improve on are our listening ability. And when I say that, it sounds like listening is pretty easy, but I think we need to become a department, a city that really listens to our residents. I live in this city, and when we go out and do something in a park or on a roadway, we affect the lives of our residents daily. And we must be open to make sure we listen to them, and that is going to be a key priority for me. I also think we have to take the opportunity to find work for the people of Cambridge. And I think I know how to do that. We can come up with some initiatives in terms of working with the high school and right through college, where we'll bring some people into city government, give them an opportunity to work as a senior in high school, right through college, and then give them the opportunity if they'd like to come back. We're the third largest employer in the city. And to give people an opportunity to work for this place where they've lived is something that I think is real important. I also think we need to do a better job reaching people who don't even know what city government's all about and certainly doesn't know where City Hall is. Because I believe the number one job of city government is to help people. I've always felt that way. I felt that way since the first day I started here. So I'm looking forward to do some new things in terms of going out into the neighborhoods, working with human services, the agencies, the faith community, trying to figure out ways that we can get people involved in government. We've done that briefly with participatory budgeting in a way, but I think we can make it even bigger, and that's really going to be a key priority for me. And I think the other thing we need to do is figure out a way to maybe have 1 or 2 days a year where we bring people into city government, where we have a family day where we say, this is what departments do, meet people, get to understand where we're at. We need to make sure that all the residents of this city are being served to the best of our ability. And that just doesn't mean that we do a great job. It means that we go out, reach out to them, find them, get them involved. I know how to do that. I'm committed to do that, and it's something that I'm really looking forward to do. I think we can do things better. I think we do things well, but I think there are always ways to improve, and I think when we take a look at where we can go, I also think, for me, to have an opportunity to work with a citizen advisory committee, an organization somewhat like what we had for this process, where we get to sit the different interests of Cambridge together in a room to discuss them before they get to a boiling point, is something I think is something real important. So it's a great opportunity. It's a city I love. It's a city I live in. And it's a city I'm excited to have a chance to be the city manager in.
Thank you.
The first question is from Mayor Simmons. Please discuss how you will work to increase and promote diversity throughout the city's workforce at all levels and to increase tolerance, acceptance, and respect between all city employees.
I think that will be a real priority for my administration, and I think my record on that speaks for itself. I really believe that this city is as diverse a city as you're going to find anywhere, and when you want people to be involved in the city and to come into the city, not just to work, but to come in for services, I think it's important that they get to see themselves when they walk into City Hall. If you walk into my office right now, you will see yourself in this city, and it's something I'm very proud of. If you look at the finance department, you will see yourself in this city, and it's something I'm very proud of. We need to find ways of bringing people into government for work. And it's something that I will spend a lot of time in doing. I think if you look at my record in working with the high school, I have had over the last 5 years, just in the finance department, 6 employees, part-time through high school and college, who now are in city positions. It's something I take great pride in, and it's something that I will focus on. We also need to recognize the fact that we need to help people grow. We need to provide professional development. The Cambridge model must be where you start in Cambridge is not where you end in Cambridge. And the way we do that is through professional development, giving people opportunities. I think we started with the Cambridge Leadership Initiative right now. I see how excited people are, but we've got to go further to keep that momentum going. I think we need to reach out. I think we must get the word that there's opportunities here. I think we have to take some bold steps. I don't think right now, when I talk to the fire chief or the police commissioner, civil service is working to get Cambridge kids working. This, you have to live in the city 1 year before the exam happens, is not giving us an opportunity. We need to come up with different ideas. I know we have something at the legislation now about high school graduations, but if we have our Cambridge residents coming back in the police and fire departments, it's also going to give them an opportunity to come back into the city. So I think these are areas we must continue to work on. It's something that I take great pride in my record. I also think it's important that we mentor people in the city. I mean, I'm very pleased to say when I walk into a lot of departments, there are people there who I've worked with a lot of time, that I've helped direct. And I think we need to do that better, all of us. And I think we can do that, and I know how to do that. So I think it's a big picture on how to do things. I also think it's important that all the initiatives that we do start in the city manager's office, because that sends a message. You know, Rich would always say to me, when something was really difficult, I might say, oh, it's the city manager who's really looking for it, even though for the most part I can usually have enough on. But I think when you're the leader of this city and you're pushing for diversity, you're showing the importance, you're working with the diversity committee, these are the things that I will do. I will be out there, and I will make it a priority, and I think I know how to do that. And I think my reputation in the city will make people realize that I know how to do that, and it's something I'm really excited about.
Any follow-up questions? Hearing none, please ask the first question of Councilor Carlone.
Okay, the first question is Councilor Carlone's, and there's a little background before the question. Cambridge has dramatically changed since the 1970s, when the city was struggling economically. Vast areas were vacant, and few, if any, developers considered it a safe bet for construction. Since the city's growth and economic transformation are unprecedented, resulting in large city surpluses and one of the lowest real estate tax rates in the state. However, over the same period, residential property values have increased 20 times, and small business and local retail rents are dramatically increasing. The result is many Cantabrigians are forced to leave Cambridge, and the city is losing its unique personality and culture. Citing your personal experience and the city's very strong economic base, what efforts would you lead for greater housing, local retail, and small business assistance beyond present city efforts?
Well, let me start off by saying I do want to recognize also the fact that last Monday night we appropriated $10 million to affordable housing from the CPA fund, and I think that's a start, but we need to go further. And I think one of the things we need to look at is what are the alternative revenues we can do to fund affordable housing. We have the CPA fund, which $10 million annually is a nice start, and it allows us to do a lot of work, and we've done a lot of work. We're over, if you took CPA and incentive in inclusionary zoning, we've produced over 5,000 and saved 5,000 units. So we need to do better. So how do you think a little out of the box to do better? Well, we can talk about certain areas in terms of funding. Free cash is certainly an area that we can look at. It's for one-time expenditures. Now, I have been finance director for 14 years, and when Bob Haley was manager and Rich Rossi, we have made one thing very clear. If at any point we felt the Affordable Housing Trust could not get something over finances, free cash would certainly be something we would consider and recommend to the City Council, and I continue to look at that. So there's one area that we would look at. Another area that is something that we can look at, but again, I think when we look at these things, we must know what the ramifications are, is property tax a way to fund affordable housing? If you had a 1% tax increase in the city right now, it's about $3.5 million. So then you have to say, $3.5 million for affordable housing, but what does it mean to the taxpayer? And then it's a trade-off on how to do it, because one of the ways to keep affordable housing is to keep the tax bills down. So we'll take a look at that. My guess off the top of my head, that's about a $200 to $250 increase on $1 million house, and you go back from there. But those are things we can look at. The other thing that we can look at, because this is a priority, is are there streamlines of revenue that we have now that maybe we can move towards affordable housing? Building permits is a key revenue to the city of Cambridge. Now, remember, any revenue we use that's being used now to build up free cash will just not go to free cash. So it's not money that you're not taking away from something else, but you're moving it into an area that if affordable housing is a priority, it's something we can do. So we could take a look at, maybe you set building permits at a number that says, as a percentage, anything over this number, instead of it reverting to free cash, we're going to look to move it towards affordable housing. These are initiatives we can do. You might say any building permits that come in for residential over that number, commercial, but it's clearly something we have not done. But as affordable housing continues to be the #1 priority of the city, I think we do have to look out of the box. And I certainly understand the revenues of this city incredibly well. And if the direction was to try to find alternatives, I think I would be able to do that. But when I did it, I want to make one thing clear. I would also show the impact, because I think it's important with any initiative we do, what's the ramifications? Then we make a decision one way or the other, but we know what it means. And I've always tried to do that as finance director. For anything that the council or the city manager or department is doing in terms of this is where we want to go, we need to show what the impact is to the taxpayers, and then you have to make a decision. So I'd be happy to be involved in that. On the small businesses, I would say there's a couple of quick things that we can talk about. You know, I'm also involved in the capital committee, so I remembered CD came in this year looking at about $250,000 appropriations for infrastructure. We have not approved that yet because this is infrastructure things for small businesses that are out-of-the-box decisions for what government does, and we're working with the law office to make sure it's something that we can do. But that's on the table. I know recently there was a council order about trash pickup for small businesses. When I was budget director, we did that. But we also have to know what that means. But again, it's prioritizing where we want to spend our money, how we want to spend our money. But I think the Community Development Department works well with the small businesses. We have to recognize that. And we also, I know we don't want to talk about what we have, but we also have a facade program and an entrance for handicap accessibility that's about $200,000 to $250,000 a year. But I think it's clear from this city council that affordable housing is a top priority. And I think as city manager, it's my job to work with the city council to find a way, if funds are needed, to get us to where we want to go, to find them. And I think I can do that. I know how to do that, and I'd be happy to work with the council doing that. But again, we'll show what it means in the big picture, because there's no such thing as free money. I know sometimes we use the word free cash, but that really isn't a good word. So, but fortunately, no city in the Commonwealth is better prepared to address this issue financially than us. And that's what we've been building for, to be financially prepared for when we need to strike, we can strike.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up question? Hearing none, we'll move on to Councilor Chung.
Okay, this is Councilor Chung's question. Resident surveys and municipal awards both underscore the point that Cambridge is an extremely run city offering its residents an unparalleled level of service. Despite the great work of staff at all levels, there is a growing feeling that the city is ill-equipped to deal with the mounting pressures and expectations in affordable housing, urban planning, tech innovation, transportation, and early education. Appropriately dealing with our modern challenges may necessitate changes in organizational structure, culture, and/or workforce. How would you assess and address changes that may not spare employees hard feelings, but may spare residents hard choices?
So let me start off that we can look at this in a few ways. First, I think the city manager currently recognized the fact that we did to need to address our workforce to get done what we needed to do. And in the last 3 years, we've added 47 positions to the city. The previous 7 years before that, we were up 2. So we're up 49 positions in 10 years, 47 in the last 3. Really taking a look at how do we need to get done what we need to get done. But just adding positions doesn't always solve the problem, and I think that's where this question is going. So I think what we need to do is take a look at how we can do things better. Where are the areas we need improvement, and how can we fix them? My job as city manager is very simple: to do the best job for the residents of this city, to keep Cambridge the best city that it is right now. And if that means making tough decisions around personnel, I can assure you, I can do that. I will work with the employees to try to avoid those decisions if we can, if it means professional development, if it means we can do things better. We will challenge our department heads if we need to do things better, if we need to reorganize departments. I mean, I would just say this, right now, the Community Development Department has a lot on their plate. And maybe we need to take a look at how we can free some of that up. And I'm more than happy to work with the department, with other departments on ideas on how we can move things quicker. But I think we can take a look at all departments. But I think in general, we do a very good job. Can we do a better job? Absolutely. One of the things I think that I talked about earlier that we must do a better job is listening to our residents. We have a very committed workforce, but sometimes I think we predetermine what's best for the residents, and I think that's a dangerous thing. And I think it's primarily because we have good intention, but we don't listen well enough when we go out there. So we're going to try to get some training around listening. And if it's still not working, we got to address that with employees because their role has to be to listen to these residents. The residents are affected every day by our decisions. I'm one of those residents. So I want people to listen, forget as city manager, but as a person who lives in the community. And I think we can get that done, but I am more than happy to listen to where there are concerns, try to confirm if they are concerns, because sometimes they may not be. But if there are issues and there's things we need to get done, I know how to do it, I will do it, and I will always do what's best for the city of Cambridge. The city will come first before anything else, I can assure you of that.
Thank you. So follow-up question, Councilor Chung.
Just, I've been asking everybody, I think you kind of answered it already, though. You know, if those changes entailed, you know, reorganization or, you know, changing how people work or even letting people go through no fault of their own, but just to deliver a better service to the city. I think operationally, you know, how do you achieve that in a fair way to our employees, but also to get things rolling for Cambridge residents?
I think you have to really evaluate where you want to go. You have to figure out what's broken before you can fix it. So then you figure out what's broken, and then you have to determine how you're going to fix it. And is it fixable? Because if it isn't, then it takes a more dramatic step. But I think during all this process, the one thing that I have is I can work with the people in the city. I have built a trust with the people of this city. I think they know, the employees of this city, they know how I feel about doing things right. And I think we can work together to make things done. And then once we move in a direction in order to provide a better service, we'll be able to do that. But changes like this don't happen overnight, but they need to happen. And I think we need to work as an organization to make sure that if there is an area where we're not satisfied, that we know how to address it, we know how to fix it, and we make it better. Because I simply can't bring home enough. The number one priority of my administration will be to make sure that the residents of this Cambridge are getting the best possible service they can have. And if that means we have to do some things differently, we will do them differently. But I think we will take our time, we will analyze it, we will review it, we will make the right moves. But these are not easy decisions. They're often not quick decisions, but they're important decisions to move the city forward in the right direction. But yes, we have a lot on our plate, but we'll keep it moving. We've always kept it moving, and I think we will continue. And again, additional staff may also be the area, but if the direction isn't working, just to add people to a problem is not going to solve it either. So I think it's a balance of, is it staff? Is it changing the direction we're going? Is it maybe breaking up a department where their responsibilities are a little different? But that's a big picture thing, and we have a lot of talented people in the city who I would work with before we came to any conclusion, but I can assure you we would move on it.
Any other follow-up questions? Then let me just ask this briefly. I've asked it of the other candidates, and it speaks to professional development and evaluation. And so what I'm looking, and you can use your current position and your current department as an example, is what level of supervision and evaluation do you use, and how would you apply that going forward if you are the candidate of choice by the council?
I mean, I think what we do in my office is we really work closely with everybody to see, first of all, what are they doing? Where do they want to go, and how can we help them get there? And giving them opportunities to grow. Now, to grow in a city is not that easy. I've been very fortunate, but there are union issues, there are people that this is a great place to work, people don't leave. But we have to be able to make sure that if someone wants the opportunity to grow, that we give them those opportunities and we talk to them. And I think one of the things that I have always had, not just in my own department, but with many departments, is an open door policy where they come in and we can talk about what's the next steps for them and how they get there. I mean, just about 2 weeks ago, I had someone in my office talking about the fact she felt she was limited, and that she wasn't someone in my office, and how we could go about things. And she was very close to finishing her college degree. And I said to her, you know, I don't know how we're going to work it all out time-wise, but I really think that will open some more doors, and we should strategize. But I don't know your financial position, but let's talk about how we can make this happen. And I think that's the kind of advice that I try to do to people. I try to show Pat. I think I'm very proud of the fact that when I became budget director, and I've continued it in finance, we have had a team approach around finance positions in the city. We know every finance position in the city, who's being hired. And once they're hired, we want to work with them so that when advancement opens up for them, we know who they are and we can help them get to those positions. And we spend a lot of time on that. We spend a lot of time working with that. We have a lot of training going on. I think under Rich's leadership, the training of city employees has gone to an all-time new level. But we need to continue to build on that. And it's something that I'm very committed to work with Sheila. About a week and a half ago, Dwayne Brown, who recently retired, I talked to him about it over lunch just to get some ideas from him about how we could move forward if I was given this opportunity. It is something, like I said, allowing people to grow in ways that we can evaluate how they move forward is something that's a key priority to me. But it's also something that is that's happened to me. I've been given an opportunity to move up the city ladder by having some great mentors, by giving direction. When I first started, someone said, you need to get your master's degree. And I said, well, are you sure? And they said, no. They pushed me, and I got it. We got to do those things to let people know how they can advance, what they need to do. And believe me, I love doing that. I think if you asked a lot of people in this building or elsewhere, have I helped them with that? I think they tell you that I have, not just in finance, because I think it's something around the city that people look at me at that is someone who really wants to help people advance. And shame on me based on the fact that I'm probably the poster child of starting and advancing if that wasn't a top priority of mine.
Next, Councilor Devereaux.
Okay, Councilor Devereaux's question. Cambridge is a city where the majority of residents and many small businesses are renters. With rising income inequality and steadily increasing property values, displacement in both sectors threatens the community's valued socioeconomic diversity. What, in your experience, can you cite that would give those feeling the squeeze the confidence that you will equitably balance the often competing interests of property owners and tenants? What specific models from outside the Cambridge and Boston area, either nationally or internationally, would you seek to draw on?
This is not just a Cambridge issue. It's really everywhere, and that is the fact that values continue to grow at an incredible pace. And as values grow, for most places, tax bills will also increase, which will often be put back onto the tenants. Cambridge is 35% renters, 65% renters, and 35% owners. So this is a large market that we're talking about. Right now, under the Massachusetts state law, we're very limited on how we can handle the fact of what rents are being charged. This is a place people want to live. That's great, but when you have that, you have rents that skyrocket. So how do you control it? Well, I think right now the only legal way that we can really do to control this is we have to make sure that we control people's property tax bills. Now, does that mean that they're going to give that back to the tenants? No, but it certainly is better than if the bills increase at a dramatic pace, because then there's a real good chance that's going to go back on the tenants. So we need to make sure we've come up with ways to keep bills down, and hopefully we can do that by balancing budgets and making decisions. The last 2 years, you'll find out Monday, so I'll give you a heads up, and this year, we've seen values go up 16% in the residential market, 16%. That means that tax bills could skyrocket. But we have been able to control that. Last year, and again, I hate to throw these numbers out, but 87% of the residents of this city saw an increase of less than $100, a decrease, or the same amount of money. Now, does that guarantee that those property owners then translate that into rents? No. But I can assure you it has impact when we're talking about rents. But right now, that's really the only option we have in terms of dictating what rents are going to be. And again, Cambridge is the type of city that people want to live in. Now, are there ways to think about how we can change that? Probably, but I think one of the things that we really need to focus on is Cambridge is a leader in ideas and a leader in going to the state to do things better. But sometimes when you have those home rule legislations and it's just from us, I don't think it carries the weight that it would as a region. And if there are areas of concern that we need to look at, I think the first thing we should do is say, okay, let's work with Mass Municipal Associations, let's work with MAPC and figure out a way, because we're not alone in this. And then we can go and say, look, we're looking at things on how we can somehow control what people are being charged for rents. Is that something you think you can do? Now, that's a dangerous path, because obviously we know, and I don't want to say the word, people will think rent control, and it's good or bad, but we know what happened with that. But there may be other things we can do. But I think to do it alone is going to be a whole lot harder than if we recognize that there are people in the region that are facing it, come up with some ideas by working together, and then saying, this is what we think is the best situation. And I think we can take a look at that. But this is an area that there's no easy solution. I'm not going to lie, but I would be happy to talk to other cities and towns. I've worked with mayors from other cities and towns on many issues. I'm very comfortable with that, to say, how are you being affected at this in your community? Do you have any ideas? Is there something we can do? But this is a tough one. I think the thing we've been able to do better than anybody is control the budget. I mean, the budget as well as the property tax bill, because legally that's the right we have. Going beyond that right now on the mass law is very tricky. So I understand the point. I wish I had a better answer that could give you a quicker solution. But I think on the taxation on the Massachusetts, this is one that is real difficult. And I think even if, I can't tell you what other states are doing, but we can certainly look. But again, no matter what we do, we'd have to go to the state legislature if we came up with a program that we felt we needed to support to address this matter. But it's a tricky thing when you're telling property owners that if a market says their rent is X, that they can't get it. So I think it's a bold thing for the city to look at, but that doesn't mean we can't look at it. And if we have to look at, that would be, I think, the way we try to look at it is more of a, not just the city of Cambridge, but see if we could get a regional issue, because obviously it is an issue in terms of keeping people in. I think, though, I know we don't want to talk about what we already do, but this is why it is so important for having the CPA funds. $134 million to date from Community Preservation Act, $47 million of that from the state. The inclusionary zoning, 920 units. We need to get more inclusionary zoning units, because the other thing is, as we try to do affordable housing, property values go up. We just can't buy these properties. So this is a real difficult area. I think the council is doing a great job moving forward on the inclusionary. But right now, I would say if you really want to address affordable housing, based on the market and everything that's going on, that's the key place to start, because I think we can have some real impact. I think on rents, that's a tricky matter. That's what I would say. Not impossible, but certainly tricky.
Follow-up question? Let's move then to Councilor Craig Kelly.
Okay, this is Counselor Kelly's question. I forward you a number of emails expressing concerns from several constituents that their attempts to contact and get services from a certain city staff or department have been frustratingly unproductive. What do you do short, mid, and long term?
Well, I think people who dealt with me know that's just not acceptable. I, again, make customer service a top priority. I think if anyone were to ask residents who've dealt with the Treasury about customer service, we would get incredibly high marks. We must respond to the public. Now, obviously, we need to find out why we didn't, and it could be a lot of reasons, but they better be real good reasons, because I think, as I've said many times, a top priority for us is to respond quickly with the right answer, and that doesn't mean moving them over to someplace else where they now have to ask someone else to get the answer. That means solving the problem, and I think I have worked with a lot of counselors through the years, and when I've been asked to look into things to try to help people, I think my record speaks for itself. It's done quickly, respectfully, and with a feeling that makes the person feel like we care and we listen, because that's what we have to do. We must care, we must listen, and we must help residents. So I don't know anything other than say to you that that would never, ever be acceptable. It's not acceptable now, and if it's happening, I am surprised, but it needs to be fixed, because I can tell you, it's not happening in my departments, because it would be corrected, and it would be corrected very quickly. And I mean, I don't care if I get a text on a Saturday or a Sunday. If it's a resident, you can ask. If I know the answer, it's being answered. And if my staff has to stay after 5 o'clock because there's a customer there, we stay. If we open at 8 to help people earlier. We know the importance. Some residents are going to be dealing with the city maybe one time. You don't want that resident to have a bad taste from that one time. Other residents may be dealing with the city 30, 50, 60 times. But the same message has to be given all the time. They are important. They are our customers. If we were selling something, you wouldn't treat your customer in a way that they don't come back. Well, our residents are our customers. We're here to provide service. And trust me, anyone will tell you who knows me that that will be addressed, because it's just not acceptable.
Thank you. Councilor Kelly, do you have a follow-up? Hearing none, we'll read the question from Councilor Marr.
This is from Councilor Marr. Some people in our community are somewhat surprised that we don't have a more coordinated corporate philanthropic initiative with many of the large businesses and institutions in our community, especially regarding efforts as they relate to supporting our public schools and job training initiatives for low-income residents. Can you share any ideas or insight into how you might tackle this issue?
Absolutely. I think one of the problems we have right now, we don't have a game plan, one plan of attack. I think the way we do things now is one school may go to Google for something, another school may go somewhere else, another place goes somewhere else, and all of a sudden, these businesses have been asked by 6 different people for 6 different things. I think we need to take a look at how can we have one voice. Now, that doesn't have to be a City of Cambridge voice, but we need to be a player in it. So maybe what we do is we set up a board, and we hire a person where the city would put up some funds. I think the big businesses would put some funds up, but this voice would be the voice of all of us that would have a game plan that says he or she will go out and go to these companies and say, I'm representing the city in this organization, and here they are, in terms of how can we help Cambridge kids. And what does it mean? Does it mean getting money? Okay, we get money, and then we figure out what's the best use for it, and we'd have a committee to do that. If it means getting jobs, then we have a committee to figure out how we work on that, how we make things happen. We work with a high school. But I think one of the real things we have to do is almost come up with a new structure And I don't think it should be the city alone, because I think it's bigger than the city. We would certainly be at the table. I would hope we would be a board member. And I certainly think we would participate in the funding. But it's not so much the funding of the money, because we could fund the position. But I think it would even have more leverage if there were other forms of funding, so that it really became a joint effort. It wasn't just the city's effort. We were all working together, and I think that's something we can do. I think there's great opportunities in this city. You look at Kendall Square, and we must make the residents of this city feel they have a chance to get jobs in that area. And I think these are things, people want to help us. We've got universities who want to help us. We just got to get the opportunity to go out and see them. But I really think it would be great if we could have a unified front where it's one person, one goal, one measure, how to make this happen. And that's not going to be easy. But I think if we start to come up with a system that shows that, and like I said, we can think about what a board of directors should look like, what should the makeup be. This is a key thing we have to do, because there's opportunities out there, and we need to find out a way of making those opportunities right now for the residents of this city. And I think it's something that I would really look forward into being one of the leaders on, working with the council, working with the business community, working with the universities, to kind of think out of the box and do something that we've never done as a unified front, but something that really, I would argue, I'm not quite sure why it took us so long to come up with this type of an idea, to be very honest.
Follow-up question, Councilor Ma? Hearing none, we'll move to Councilor Mazin. Please read Councilor Mazin's question.
Yes, this is Councilor Mazin's question. It has become the norm that department heads be allowed to editorialize in their reports, mixing the dispassionate informational analysis the council needs with additional framing or discussion that suggests and even dictates policy outcomes. While department heads and the manager's office may have valuable opinions, these could be separate communications from city officials, providing friendly advisement rather than mixing opinions into official reports presented as canon via the city manager's agenda. Will you agree to keep reports objective and open-minded? In what other ways will you encourage policy discussions in Sullivan Chamber and protect policy directives among staff?
Well, let me start off by saying that if given this position, I'm appointed by the city council. The city council are my bosses, so I need to work with them. And I think one of the things we need to do is work together on these type of resolutions and discussions before we submit anything. Because I think what happens sometimes is we get an order, and it's complicated. But instead of spending the time to follow up, to make sure we're answering it in a way it needs to be answered, we answer it. And I think instead of, if there's uncertainty, it would never hurt to say early on, Counselor, this is what we received. This is the direction we think you're asking us to go in. Is it? Isn't it? Work together as we get through the process. I don't think it's okay to, I think it's fine for us to then call and say on a Wednesday, just want to let you know, we've answered this. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to take a look at it? Do you want to make sure? It's not so much whether it's a yes or a no, because there are going to be times we have to say no. The real question is, are we saying yes and no to the question that's being answered? And that means communication. And I can assure the council that I have no issue making sure on anything that we get, that before we send back, we understand what we're sending back, we understand what you asked us to look at, and that we've worked together ahead of time before we send it back with a conclusion. Now, is that conclusion always going to be what the council wants to hear? No, but I can assure you, when we send it back, I will work extremely hard ahead of time to make the council aware of the fact why on that order, what they thought we were going to say or what they were looking for has not come back in the way it should be. Because I think that's the role we have to play. The more we talk, the more we build trust with one another, the better off this is going to work. But there is a chain of command here that says, I'm the city manager, but I'm appointed by the city council. And shame on me if I'm not following procedures that the council feels appropriate in terms of answering their orders. And again, that doesn't mean I'm going to say yes to everything, but it's a team effort here. And that's the way I've done everything in the city, working with councilors before they were before I was directly under them or in my current role. Discuss things, work things out, make sure we're on the same page, because sometimes we're not always on the same page, but it may be because we really don't fully understand which way we're both trying to go. So I look forward to working with the council. I look forward to addressing orders and trying to do them in a way that the council feels they've got the appropriate answer. And I think the one thing that I've realized through the years is, and I've worked with a lot of councilors, if you tell the council why you're saying no, and you work with them and explain it to them, they may still hope it was yes, but I've had the experience to find out that they appreciate the honesty, they appreciate the effort, and they understand. And again, I also think if we say no to something and we give reasons, that doesn't mean if the reasons are looked at 6 or 9 months later because something has changed, we can't revisit that. So, if we put in an order that based on the current situation, we don't feel this is the way to go, and the current situation changes, there's probably a better chance you're going to recognize that ahead of us because we got a lot of other things going on. But then I think it is appropriate to call and say, hey, by the way, just want to let you know this is a reason we're putting this back, rather than just putting in that order and have someone say, didn't we already say no to that? What purpose does that serve? It's, oh, yes, we did. But remember when we said no? We told them that if the following things changed, we would look at it again. And in talking to them, they believe they have. So now it's our role to find out, have they? And if they have, then we should follow up and come back and say yes. But I think, again, it's a continuation of working together, because I do know this. The current city manager, the current department heads really do want to make things work. I believe that. And I think we just got to continue to make sure that's reality. And if there's a way that the council feels we're not doing something appropriately, then we have to work together to find out a way to do that. And I think that's what working together is all about. So I'm open to new ideas on how we communicate with one another. Like I said, if I get this opportunity, I'll be working for the 9 of you. And if you have ideas on how we need to work better together, I am all for it. I will listen, and I will do whatever I can to make sure that if we're not on the same page, you understand why and hopefully can understand the direction we came in.
Follow-up question from council? Hearing none, we'll move to the Vice Mayor McGovern's question.
This is Vice Mayor McGovern's question. The relationship between the city manager, the council, and the community are vital to keeping Cambridge the amazing city it is today. How will you balance the need to sometimes say no to council or community requests while ensuring that you are open to outside input and suggestions?
I never say yes or no immediately. I think that's a dangerous thing. What we try to do is take a look at it, evaluate it, and then come up with a reason. And the reason is, what does it really mean? So when we say no to someone, and I just want to tie it into my current position a little. As city treasurer, I get a lot of people who come into my office with issues on bills. And often it's because they feel that their interest or their payment, that they're being taxed incorrectly. Well, around bills, we have very, very little leeway about giving refunds. And the city solicitor reminds me of that often. But what people do realize is when they come into my office, I will explain to them why we can't give them financial help. I will tell them how the system works. I will tell them that I apologize they had to come in to do this to us because their time is valuable too. And I will listen. And I will tell you that the residents of this city are phenomenal when they believe you're listening, even if the answer that they were hoping for is not the answer they get. This is a great place to work and work with the residents because all they want is the truth and the reason why we're doing what we're doing. And I believe in that. I do that. I'm open to that. I think when we say no, we will have a reason we're saying no. Now, that doesn't mean that every time we say no to something, the council's going to agree with the reason we said no. But it will certainly be laid out why we think that's the case. And when we say yes, it'll be the same thing. We'll tell you why. But I think this is important, too, if we could have a united front on where you want us to go. And that's why I think the goal setting is so important, because the one thing that's going to be important if I get the chance to be the city manager is to see, okay, here are the initiatives the council have made a priority. Now, my job is to make sure those priorities are being implemented so that whether it's a year from now, or a year and a half, or whenever we have a discussion on how I'm doing if I get this opportunity, it would be very simple. Here are the goals that the council agreed on. How are you doing with them? And believe me, I will tell you, I think I'll be doing incredibly well because I've paid attention to council goals since my days in the budget office. I know how to make them work. But I think the real key is to give us the direction of what the council goals are. Because, like I said earlier, last year at the City Council Finance Committee meeting, there was no one more upset than me with the fact that I felt the council and the finance team were not on the same page. And that cannot happen. It's too important of a document. It's too important of a process. And, you know, I've talked to the finance chair about whether I'm city manager or not, hopefully trying to fix that by getting the council more involved. And I would hope whoever the city manager is, they would also take a look at that, because this is a key part of government. The council sets the goals. It's my job to make sure they're being implemented. We work together. We got to start the budget process early. We can set up hearings, we can have early, we can have middle, so that when the budget comes to the council, the budget document comes to the council, you feel we've listened and we're showing you how you can evaluate. I mean, that's the one thing that I know council gets frustrated about as well. How can they really evaluate based on a budget if we're doing the right thing? Budget document is incredibly important to me. If there's ways to make it better, to help the council better understand how we're doing to make their goals, I am open to work with the finance chair, work with the council. I know the budget director will be open to that, to make sure that what we're sending to the city council is giving them the information they need, giving the residents they need, because it is a document that I am incredibly proud of. And I was very disappointed last year when I just felt like we didn't do what we needed to do to show where we were. And I will make that a priority, because I do think it's very important, based on the time we all spend on it, to make sure we're all recognizing the same thing when it comes to measures and goals and accomplishments. And I've had this conversation with one counselor already about maybe there are some things we can do to improve it. And again, I'm always open to new ideas. I'll just bring in participatory budgeting as an example of a new idea. When that first came about, the city manager was not necessarily, and it wasn't Rich. We controlled the budget pretty closely, and that was something that, I went to the manager and said, no, let's try something different. Let's get the residents involved. I think this is going to be important. And to give the concept where we were not controlling the budget was not a concept that we were really familiar with. But I well felt it was important. And it's been real success, because from the time we started to where we are now, we kept our word. We did what we said we were going to do. It is the people's budget. In the night after the CPA vote, there were about 80 people in this room, residents and city employees, working on the budget. And for someone who's been trying to get people involved in budgeting for 30 years and has been unsuccessful, I'm sorry to say, that night was one of my most proudest moments in this city, because you could see the community excited about being part of a process. And I think anytime we can do that, we're heading in the right direction. And I think that will be something that I will continue to work on.
Thank you. Follow-up questions, Vice Mayor?
Just real quickly, in just a couple sentences, because I think you touched on, that sometimes you're going to be in a position where you can't do what the community wants or what the council wants. But the other part of that question is really, are you open to outside input to get to yes? I think there's a lot of people in the community that feel that they have really good ideas and a lot of input, but that the city sometimes dismisses those ideas and says no first. So what's your take on getting to yes?
I think one of the things we talked about was having a community advisory committee, so we can get people's other ideas early on, and this is something I think that would work, if we would have different organizations. The other thing that I really have stated over again is that I will be out in the community listening to the residents. But I want to listen to the residents who've not been heard by city government. I want to find those people. And I want to say Human Services does an incredible job trying to find those people. We need to build on that. So do I want to listen to other people? Absolutely. This is their city. It is our city. We're all in this together. I don't make decisions because Louis DePasquale thought it was the right thing to do. I talk to people. I work with people. I want people to have input. Anything I've done, I think people will tell you, I collaborate and I bring people together. Now, that doesn't always mean everyone's going to leave happy. But I do know one thing. When people have an opportunity to express their concerns and know you're listening, even if they don't necessarily get what they're thinking they're getting, it works. And again, I will bring PB up as the perfect example. You know, we had 23 projects year one. There was a lot of people worked real hard on. 5 projects got awarded, or maybe 6. The rest of those projects didn't. The residents in those rooms were clapping as hard for the projects that won as the ones that lost, because they said, you kept your word, you listened, you worked with the community, and the outcome was what we said it was going to be. What projects won was irrelevant. It was the process that was important. Trust me, I am open to ideas. You can ask anybody right now. My door as city treasurer is open. For residents, for employees, for anybody who wants to talk about how we can do things better. Because I will just give you one other thought. About 2 or 3 years ago, there was a suggestion by someone on how we can improve the budget. And it was an area I wasn't positive about. I went and talked to the budget director, and she said, yeah, we could do that. I said, well, will it make it better? And she said, yeah, and the next day we did it. So that's how we can make things better, by listening. We don't have all the answers. I'm open to that. Does that mean I'm going to agree with all of those? No, but I think my reputation around the city is that I want to work with people. I know how to work with people, and trust me, this will be a government of the people, because that's how I feel it is. I live in this city. I know the importance of listening to the residents of the city.
Thank you. Our next question will be asked is by City Councilor Tim Toomey. Would you please read the question?
Thank you. Yes, this is our last question. It's Councilor Toomey's question. Income inequality has been a growing problem in Cambridge. Can you talk about income inequality and its relationship to affordable residential property taxes?
Well, we've kind of talked about this earlier, but it is something that I'm very proud of. We have a lot of elderly people who bought their houses 30, 40, 50 years ago, whose values have gone off the wall. I see those people constantly, and their concern is, we don't want to sell our house, we don't want to move out of Cambridge, and our assessments are skyrocketing. How can we stay? And the reason they can stay is because the bottom line is not what their value is, it's what their tax bill is. And to the credit of all the city council, the city manager, the city departments, and the finance team, we have made a priority in this city to keep people's tax bills down. Because if the bills go crazy on seniors' properties that are often in the $1 to $1.5 million range, they will be selling their property. Now, someone might say, well, look at all the money they've made. But that's not what this is about. This is about letting people who want to stay in Cambridge, who've lived their whole life in Cambridge, staying in Cambridge. And that is something that is very important to me. It's very dear to me. I know a lot of those people. I see a lot of those people. I see a lot of those people, especially on a Sunday, and they say to me, I'm worried. And I say, this city understands it and works together with it. So I think in terms of keeping tax bills down, that's what that really allows to happen. And it's something that I think we have stressed. And I think the other thing that I really want to bring home is we've been able to keep these bills at a record low, but not by saying no, but by saying yes. we still have more services than any city, period. We had an envy of every city in town in Massachusetts for not all our financial reserves or our AAA rating. All that's great, and I think that's a part of it. But I think a bigger part of that is for what we do. They look at what we do with our capital projects. They look at the fact we build schools without state reimbursement. They look at the education budget that we're committed to. They look at our human service programs that are second to none. They look at our commitment to fire equipment, fire vehicles. We make this all work because we have a plan, we follow the plan, and again, I think the council deserves a lot of credit for that because they have the final vote on the plan. So yes, the city manager and his team put the plan together, but the council has accepted the plan. The plan works. Can it be better? Of course, everything can be better. But the one thing that I will say is I know how to keep that plan in place. I know how to fund new initiatives. I know when to say yes. I know how to say yes. But I also know when I have to say no. But no matter what I do, I will promise the council one thing. There will be analysis. There will be communication, and there will be a lot of work before any decision is made to make sure that when that decision is made, we can show everybody why we made it. That doesn't mean we're always going to agree on it, but there'll be no quick yes or no. It'll be, here's how we did it, and I think working together will be very successful, having a whole lot more yeses and a very few no's, because I think that's what Cambridge does. We say yes, and we get it done. And that's something that I'm really looking forward to doing. You know, as finance director, I've enjoyed this job tremendously. And I think in terms of the city's finances, it is in a perfect position for now for me to say, okay, somebody, you can take that opportunity, and I'll take this opportunity because it's a bigger challenge. It's something I'm looking forward to. It's something I'm ready for, but I'm also going to say I believe that it doesn't hurt with everything going on right now to have a city manager who does understand finances, and I really think that's an advantage in a city manager that knows this community. And I think I know it as well as just about anybody. I'm proud to say that, and I think those are things that I can bring to the table, I have brought to the table, and something that I'm real proud of.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up? Follow-up from the council? Hearing none, to our candidate, if there are some final remarks, closing remarks, some question we didn't ask that you'd like to respond to?
I would just like to say that I was really honored and proud to be selected to get to the final three. I know the effort that was put in by all the residents. To go last night and see that room with that many people there, to have this opportunity tonight, this is what makes Cambridge special. That on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, we can have 150 people involved in the process. And I think that's what we're all about. We're about making people feel they're being heard. And I think no matter what the outcome is here, this has been a great process. It has had a lot of pieces to it. I'm proud to be part of it, and I'm proud to have the opportunity to come this far. And if I get the opportunity to be the city manager, I can assure everybody of one thing, and I said this last night. I believe replacing Rich Rossi is going to be a very difficult task. He is like a Bill Belichick of city managers. However, any job I've ever taken with the city, my goal has been to be the best at it. And I can assure you my goal is, as much as I have respect for Rich, to be different. And when my term is up, whenever it is, to someone say, boy, he was the best city manager this city ever had. Because that's how I have to do things. That's how I've always done things. And that's how I will continue to do things if I have this opportunity to. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here tonight, and hopefully to have the opportunity to be the city manager. But no matter what the outcome is, I say thank to all of you and the residents for being part of this process.
And thank you for your interest. At this point, we're going to now go to public comments. We're going to excuse the candidate. We'll give him a moment to exit the room, and then I will get the sign-up sheet from our executive assistant. During this public comment time, we'll follow the same rule we do during a council meeting. It's for 3 minutes. You'll hear a bell at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, which means you have 15 seconds, excuse me, to close. So give us a moment, and we'll proceed with public comment. I want to thank those that stayed with us and are going to be able to participate. Thank you. So our first individual that is James Williamson still here? Okay. Kathy Susie. Gabriel Mondon. Please give your name and address for the record, and please give us your comments. It's on the mic itself. The switch is on the mic.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening. I'm Gabriel Mondon, resident for Cambridge, the city of Cambridge, and also a employee. And good evening, Madam Mayor, evening, councilors. I just have a point. I just want to say that I heard everything about the what the candidate said, and one thing I didn't hear was access to education. We heard everything about all the what the city residents wants. I mean residents as well. And now, as a city employee, what is it that the candidates can offer in terms of tuition? I don't think enough's been done. I'm not criticizing. I feel like it's something that should be discussed and allow those who want to continue education to do so. And I believe that the next city manager should be able to address those issues as well. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Laura Berkowitz.
Hi, my name is Abra. I live at 253.5 Broadway. Thank you, city councilors. I really enjoyed listening to everyone tonight. I just wanted to speak a bit about the importance of environmental priorities when we're talking about selecting a city manager. I would love to hear more about the candidate's interest in working with the environment, particularly with changes coming, related to climate change, with current environmental hazards. I know I live basically near a bunch of different pharmaceutical companies, the output of which I'm not totally sure of. I don't know what's in the air I breathe. Places like Jerry's Pond, where they are polluted, but with the right investment could be cleaned up. Similarly with our Charles River that sometimes has lovely cyanobacteria in it. I know as a person that breathes the air and lives here on a daily basis, I would love to hear a city manager who was interested in incorporating those priorities, within business on a daily basis and also in the long term. So, thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone that did not sign up that would like to speak on the record before we close public comment? Hearing none. Pleasure of the City Council. On a motion by Councilor Marr to close public comment, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Public comment is now closed. Pleasure of the City Council. I will defer to the chair of the City Manager Search Committee. Would you please just walk us through a short walk through the rest of the process?
It will be very short, Madam Mayor. So we are scheduled to reconvene in the Sullivan Chamber next Thursday evening at 5:30, and it is expected at that time that we will vote and select a new city manager next Thursday. I will just say that The GovHR folks are going to do additional reference checking for us in the next couple of days, and so that's another added piece that will be happening.
Very good. Are there any questions from the council? Hearing none.
Well,
Pleasure.
no, I'm sorry, if I can just add one more piece.
Sure you can.
And I think I said this at the beginning, that all of these forms that we have been asking people to fill out, both online, in person, last night, the night before, in group settings, those are all being brought together by GovHR, and we will get a report from them regarding those, and that will come out again in a few days.
Very good, thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, pleasure of the council. On a motion by Councilor Toomey to adjourn, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the meeting's adjourned. And thank you for your attendance.